Hey, alright, stream's up. We are cutting it close today, but we're gonna get there. Right meow. Where we going? Going to the boss. Going to Manticus. Gonna get that blood hunter. So help me. If I don't get some blood hunter pieces, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'ma flip tits. Give me my blood hunter. Give me my blood hunter. I want my blood hunter. Bop. Bop. Alright, now that we're in there, we got our request thing done. We got all that going. We got that going. We got... almost got a daily going thing, maybe? I don't know. What's going on over here? Who knows? Not me. Our auction house, we sold something. Probably just... Oh. Oh. Well, that's exciting. I sold a piece of furniture. Oh, very good. I honestly can't even believe that. I sold a chair. The chosen one. I don't want to be your friend. I don't know who you are. You're not on my friends list, right? Nope. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Stop inviting me. I'm gonna fucking fight you. Who is this person who's like jumping around all crazy? Stop. Stop. I want to see. I can't read your name. Oh, there we go. Prey one. Chosen one, I swear to God, if you invite me to a party again, they've got like the weirdest collection of gear on. Why are you in heavy with a crossbow spear? I'm so confused. Yo, this person is purple as fuck. I dig it. I'm a bear. I'm a bear. Bear, bear, bear. Bear that looks like a hedgehog. Oh, I don't have I got the wrong set of gear on, or the wrong set of skills on. Whoops. Did I get anything? I did not get anything. Will I get anything out of my box? Give me item. You fucking suck. This game is doo-doo. Doo-doo. I don't know why it hates me. But it really fucking hates me. Alright, let's get rid of this stupid battle pass thing, because it annoys me. And then let's go get rid of our runebook thing, because it annoys me. Because everything annoys me. And then we'll go to our Amatoy house and get, hopefully, some salt. I like salt. Give me salt. Because we are in the process right now of trying to level up our cooking. I did not get salt. Womp womp. We're going to go back to Castleton and do up some more of our refining, because we gotta refine. Gotta get those good goods. I found out yesterday that the higher tier cloths are really hard to get. There isn't even like a way to get blue cloth right now. The rare fur bunch, like there's no way to get it really. If you look, the only thing that they have is some lithographs. Can give it to you, but there's no hunt way, there's no gathering, there's no nothing. You basically just can't get rare cloth right now, which is ridiculous. So I'm gonna have to switch to using leather. Although it looks like that you can't get the leather at all either. Now, I guess technically that's not true because you can get the green leathers and stuff and they'll give you blue leathers. But there doesn't appear to be anything that just drops the blue and green of those types. Maybe I'll have to find something. Maybe it's out there and it's just not listed on that. I don't really know. But it's crazy. Yeah, so we've been crafting our furniture. We're almost up to level 7, which is where we can immediately start making blues. There's like one blue that we can make at level 7. Let's see if we can find it. I think it's in one of these lower ones. Nope. Here we are. It's a table. So lumber and iron and additives make a table. So we're going to use this table to make, or to get to, level 8. And then we'll make some stuff to get to level 9. We want to make things down here that only require 1. Oh, there's books. That's what you use paper for. Okay. Yeah, so we want to find stuff that requires as much resources as possible, or as many but preferably of a single resource. So, because every time you get a second resource involved, you sort of lose some of the value. But we want to use as many resources as possible at once, because that will give us the most XP for the least additives. And that's going to be kind of our sticking point, is the additives. Use all those, get some 40 iron ingots. Nice. All right. Feeling good about that. So there's two things that we need to do today. We need to get a token burn done. We're all the way up to 53k now. And then we need to do some battlegrounds. Because we need to get our wins. We need to get all of our wins. We didn't get any salt, so we didn't... The fact that sometimes you have to turn that oven on is ridiculous. So we don't have the stuff that we need. Well, I think I do actually have some salt, so we need more fish to be able to make some more of this, but this is definitely what we need to be making. We need to make about 11 more. So we need a little more salt and lots more fish. So we're going to do some fishing. Probably going to do some gathering. I'm going to do some battlegrounds, so let's get in and do that right now. I've still got 5 wins I need to get. If I can get a win on this next one, I'm 1 short, so I'll get 880 coins this week instead of just 800. And that would be really great. So here's hoping for a win. We're going to try our best here. Wonder how Kalon's doing. I wish that I could see... I wish I could see my friend's total, like, combat power and stuff. I wish I had a little more information on them so I could keep track of these folks a little better. I honestly can't even believe, though, that we actually sold a piece of furniture. We actually sold this leather chair for 75 freaking lucent. Like, that doesn't even compute to me. That's so crazy. Hopefully we'll sell the rest of these. It didn't even seem like any of these were up. So the thing that's going to be difficult about trying to sell certain things is... Yeah. The thing that's going to be difficult to sell certain things is that somebody has to be looking for them, right? Because it's not exactly easy to take a look. So, you know, somebody needs to come down here to decoration, and then they got to scroll. Oh, okay, there's that lantern that I'm trying to sell. Oh, okay, scroll. Oh, there's the armor stand that I'm trying to sell. Like, 5,780, pretty much just mastery farming now. Probably going to do that later today. Nice. A way to get some good mastery BMO, or not BMO, Kalon. If you press N here and you go to these extra codexes right here, you get like 30 million mastery for each of these. There's a lot more of them. I've done most of them. But you get about 30 million combat mastery for each of these little quest lines that you do real quick. They're extremely fast, and that'll help you out. Don't forget to get your Oh my god, are you serious? I hate people. And also, don't forget to get your resonance trait once you have maxed out stuff. I would just get a random resonance trait on your fully traded epic gear, and because it'll only cost a few trait stones to do that, and that'll spoof some power for you. And then in your runes, your chaos runes are worth a lot more than your regular runes. So putting one chaos rune on each of your pieces will also spoof a little combat power for you. I say spoof because, the chaos runes aren't necessarily better than the regular runes if you don't have good ones, but it's more important to get the power so you can do the content than it is to have the good runes. And double checking your skills is a good idea. Make sure that you have them all up to level 15. Come on, 2 more people click the button. 1 more person click the button. Click it. I said click the button. If you nerds don't click the fucking button. Well, good job. It only took you like 2 days to get basically totally done with that. That's impressive. That's about how long it takes me, and I play all day, so. Dude, why does everybody suck? Just press the fucking button, dude. I hate all of you. Nice. Very, very nice. I don't mind when it rains, as long as it's not also windy. Then it feels nice, right? You can hear the little pitter patter and all that shit. But as soon as it starts getting windy, the rain starts to feel really, really malicious. Like it's trying to tear your house down. And I don't like that. All right, what do we got here? Let's hit the prepare button. And let's see if we've got any crazy bullshit people. It doesn't look like we do. So maybe this will be a good fight. We'll see. I keep saying that, and then it keeps being a blowout, and I keep being sad. I really want to get a victory here. Because I really, really want to get 880 coins this week. Because I'm right at, I mean, this is as good as it gets, right? Being at 799 is as close as you can get to 800. So I'm still going to get combat coins. So if we win, This is gonna be so perfect. I'm so excited. Can't you tell from the monotone sound of my voice how excited I am? So fucking excited. Gonna get that 880 coins. Run! Damn, I fucked that up bad. Fucked that up so bad. Hey, we get our speed buff though. That is all that matters. Oh, I'm gonna leave that one for you, dude, because I already got one. See how good I am? Nice with it. Booyah! We got the middle. 'Cause I'm a badass. Now we're gonna get this one. 'Cause I'm still a badass. Now I'm so slow. Now we're gonna go get ours back. Nice. Oh, we lost middle. Damn, already got 4 captures? What's up, dude? I'm so good at this game. They got theirs back. Oh. 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 Couldn't block. Couldn't throw up my shields. Like, totally stun locked. Nobody else on my team is really focusing on the outside ones. Nobody on their team really is either. That's why I was able to get so many captures. But it also means that if I die and I kind of lose my momentum, we have the chance to get pushed pretty hard. Because my momentum is kind of carrying the momentum of my team right now. Because I'm the one running around capturing everything and back capping everything. And I don't have my speed capture buff right now. And I need it. Come on, there it is. Alright, so now we can quickly get ours back. And then we can go try and get theirs. But yeah, I mean, you can see we're already down, and now we've got people pushed into our spawn, and that's bad. Because that's going to mean that there's going to be less of us out here in the world fighting. Because they're going to be back up there at the spawn. Hopefully I can get this. Oh, somebody killed that person. That was interesting. Did I kill that person? There's no way I killed that person. Yeah, but the goal is here to get them off of our spawn by taking as many of these out here as we can, and I think we did a good job of that. It doesn't seem like they're really around in our spawn anymore, because our peeps are out of spawn and back out in the world. They went and got theirs back, so now we need to go take that back. There's a person slow capping our point. I'm going to let them, and I'm going to let my teammates deal with that. If they get it, then I'll go back and cap it again. But I can do more by coming over here because I have the speed cap buff. I'm probably going to cap this just as fast or faster than that other person's going to cap ours. And so that's totally worth it, right? That's, yeah, I got it, and they still haven't picked up ours yet. Now they've got ours. But I'm going to get it back. Come on. Oh, I was so close. Damn. Almost got it. But that's okay. We're still winning. We still have a better multiplier than them. And now they're over here fighting to protect ours, which isn't helping them, right? Because we have a higher multiplier for them. Fighting to protect something when you have a lower multiplier is just helping your opponents because you have to get more kills than them to get the same number of points in that situation. So even if you're winning the fight, you're likely probably losing the war in that situation. Got the speed cap there. Nice. So we'll finish up getting all these boxes down here, and we'll go back up here to capture our point again. Now that I'm full health, I've gotten a steal bonus. I'm having a little trouble getting my shift Q off right now, which is my heal over time. All right, we got our point captured. Let's go get their point captured. Ooh, that person hurts. But they turned around and kept going the other way. This person even skipped me here. We've got both the outsides. They've got the middle. So let's go see about trying to get the middle back. Ooh. Look at this. Get the fuck out of spawn, dude. Jesus. Whole team just getting pinned down by like 3 people. This should not be as close of a game as it is. This is silly. Just freaking silly. If we can, we'll run by this person and try to knock them real quick. Nope. Nine freaking captures already. freaking back is gonna be sore after this game. Don't you dare. I have the speed cap buff. Okay, you do too. Good. I was about to lose my shit. God, they've got all the points. And it's just because they rotated to get these outside ones. Yo, what's up, Charles? They rotated to get these outside ones and pushed my teammates back into our spawn. And that was it. That was game right there. Rank 6. Good rank. 10 captures. Hell, 2 kills. How did I kill 2 people? 2 people must have killed themselves attacking me. Because I only did 25,000 damage. That's hilarious. Rank 2 on my team, though. But... well, let's go find out how many captures the rest of my team had. 4, 5, 6. So again, almost double the captures of the rest of my team combined. The other team had 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So they had more captures than us. It's all about those point multipliers. And nobody seems to get it. If you don't have any point multipliers, you lose the game. That's just how it works. You see the New World released their daggers, which were planned before the cancellation, just to try to keep people playing or buying the game before they shut it down. Yeah, no, I was so mad about that. They had so much stuff planned, and they had so many things already sort of like half in the game. Like there's a couple of Battle Royale maps that are in the game, that are in the game files that aren't active right now. There was the daggers. They made that change so that now when you craft... Sorry, so that now when you craft, it auto pulls from... It auto pulls from any storage instead of just the storage. What is this? Get this out of here. I left the Vanguard. Right? Okay, well, looks like we're going back to select character. So it pulls from any of the possible... from all of your storage, not just... Actually, I need to go check this character. Not just your storage in the town that you're in. So crafting is so much easier. I mean, the game just shouldn't have shut down. That was such a fucking fumble. Such a fucking fumble. I'm having so much trouble selling this. I don't understand. But, yeah, I'm pretty annoyed about it. If I'm being honest. They also had sailing as a profession and ships planned. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I mean, the game world could have just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the game could have been more interesting. They had a good dev team. The dev team was doing some really creative shit. Daggers added a whole new combat mechanic with stealth and stuff like that. So there was some really cool shit that was going to happen there. Like, you were fucking on to something, man. You had it going. And then you just called it quits. Fucking bottom of the 9th. Had your best hitter up to bat. and just decided that you didn't want to finish the game. Pretty big joke.
Here's what we have in stock.
Definitely need to start working on those runes. A little bit at a time there when I can. All right. Ugh. Can't believe I need to get 5 more wins still. Still hoping that another studio that's known for good memories buys New World from Amazon and keeps it open and makes it better. Yeah, I mean, I would want like a full-on dev studio to get a hold of it. There's a lot of maintenance projects. Um, there's lots of people out there who try and keep old MMOs going without any sort of content development or anything like that. And usually those MMOs have existed for a lot longer. They have a lot more content and stuff like that available. But I don't think that New World is in that place yet. Right? If all it's going to do is be maintained in its current state, then just let it go. Because there's really no point. Um, Especially because there are still a handful of glaring issues that need to be addressed. Like wars can't stay in the state that they're in. You need to make completely new war maps for every single city. You also need to create more tile sets for the catacombs. Um, and there are some other things like that that need to get done. You need to keep having new battlegrounds for OPR, for 3v3s, for capture the flag, for all that. So, um, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So a legit like real dev studio needs to get a hold of it, not just a hobbyist group. Which is why I really do think that Intrepid Studio should buy it. Or come to some sort of profit share agreement or something like that for a period of time. I think that Intrepid Studios would probably do a good job with it. Oh my gosh. Stop inviting me to Tamakoma Branch. You fucking clowns. All of you are garbage. God, that pisses me off. Just leave me alone. Alright, let's get 5 more of these. Alright. We got all 5 of the ones we're able to do. We've got dish, letter in a bottle, defeat soldiers. Okay. So let's go up here and let's do this. Of course, if Intrepid Studios were to get a hold of New World, the people who are excited about Ashes of Creation would freak the fuck out. Because, you know, they would have to pull people off of Ashes development to develop New World. Or, you know, hire people for New World or whatever. So they don't really have the option to do that. Without making everybody who pre-ordered the game or supported the Kickstarter just freak the fuck out. Which is too bad. Because I don't know, you know, most of the MMO studios are like AAA studios, except for the ones who, you know, like you said, have some of the older games. And I don't like any of those studios, right? Like, I don't want Blizzard to get a hold of it. I don't want NCSoft to get a hold of it. I don't want... Intrepid would definitely be a good choice. They already have a similar game. Yeah. Yeah, the other one... So, I'm a big fan of the person who's doing Camelot Unchained. I don't think Camelot Unchained is going to be very good. They put out like an early access trailer, and it was just empty landscapes. So I don't think that Camelot Unchained is actually going to be a good game, unfortunately. But I'm a pretty big fan of, you know, Dark Age of Camelot was like my favorite MMO or my first MMO and one of my favorite MMOs. And so I'd be pretty excited to see that person. You know what I just realized? Is I was in the wrong skill set when I was in that battleground just now. Yeah, but one of those studios, right? Intrepid, the people who are making Camelot Unchained, uh, even though he doesn't have, um, even though he doesn't have experience with that type of game, that person who made Brighter Shores, who was one of the 2 founders of RuneScape, would maybe be a good idea. I mean, there's lots of good options out there. There's lots of potential. There are a lot of good devs. Just don't let a AAA studio get a hold of it, because AAA studios are literally the worst MMO developers in the in the whole world. They just do such a shit job. And it's because they're way more concerned about money than they are about making good video games. So NCSoft is also the game that makes, or the group that makes this game. And it's not specifically NCSoft. NCSoft was the publisher for the original Guild Wars. But ArenaNet is the developer studio. And ArenaNet did a phenomenal job making Guild Wars. But I do not have any good things to say about NCSoft specifically. And so NCSoft actually acquired ArenaNet after the original Guild Wars was launched, and had already been out for a while, if I'm not mistaken. That was a long time ago, but and I think you can see right the significant difference between the original Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 is kind of a really good example of why I wouldn't want NCSoft to get a hold of New World, is because the original Guild Wars was probably the greatest MMO of all time for both PvE and PvP. And then Guild Wars 2 got made, and they went a totally different direction with it, despite having an incredibly loyal fan base and just a huge, huge following and a great game. They stopped developing Guild Wars 1 after only like 6 years. And then they moved on to Guild Wars 2 instead of just continuing to develop Guild Wars 1, despite the fact that it was an incredible fucking game. And so I kind of blame NCSoft for all of that. Maybe I'm wrong about who I should blame. Maybe it was ArenaNet that was the driving factor behind all that. But whatever it was, the change between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, I think, is just a travesty. Because Guild Wars 1, I mean, was incredible. I don't think I've ever played another MMO that I thought was as good as the original Guild Wars. Oh, collect mutated plants, not water lilies. Whoops. NCSoft are also the ones that are putting out Ion 2. And so you can kind of see, based on those two games, what NCSoft's monetization models are, right? They love their battle passes and their optional quote unquote subscriptions that give convenience features and stuff like that. They're really into the pay to win, they're really into all that garbage. So if NCSoft gets a hold of New World, it will definitely go that route. And I wouldn't want to see that happen. I just don't trust them. What if the people that did The Witcher 3 picked up New World? Think that would be, ooh, that's an interesting idea. I didn't think about maybe getting a really good RPG company to get a hold of it. You know, I'm always thinking of people with like massively multiplayer experience, but I could see a positive correlation between a good open world action combat RPG group getting a hold of it. Because there are some problems with the combat in New World, especially when it comes to like weapon swapping and stuff. There's some jank in there that it would be great if got fixed. And so, a company that made a game like Elden Ring or something like that, or some other company that has, some good experience with that action combat type system could be a great option. I could get behind something like that. Absolutely. I'd at least give them a shot. Um, I think that's definitely worth giving them a try, Let them see what they can do with it. I screwed this all the way up. Never played Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 2 is amazing. So is Final Fantasy 14, World of Warcraft, Terra, Star Wars, The Old Republic. All the devs of those games would be good choices. Yeah, so I don't think that Guild Wars 2 is a bad game. It's just antithetical to the original Guild Wars. The original Guild Wars was primarily about the deck building of character creation. So, picking your skills, picking your stats, uh, stuff like that. It was very much about the uniqueness of your character and how you personally built that character. And Guild Wars 2 homogenized a lot of things, especially with like gearing and stuff like that. And I was obsessed with the way you got skills and the way you built your character and the limitations of how many skills you could have and the variety of skills that were available. In the original Guild Wars, there were literally like 150 plus skills per class in the original Guild Wars, and it was a dual class system, and any two classes can be combined. And so the variability of builds in that game, I don't think we've seen anything like it since. And so when Guild Wars 1 came out and a lot of that stuff felt really watered down to me, I just wasn't able to reconcile my feelings about Guild Wars 1 with the reality of Guild Wars 2. And so I didn't give it a fair shake, like at all. And I just kind of gave up on it. But I still think that a better version of Guild Wars 1 would have been a better option than making something so different for Guild Wars 2. And it irks me that they didn't even try. And WoW, again, WoW isn't a bad game, but I would hate to see New World. And I'm not saying that developers can't make different types of games or can't develop different types of games, but the people in charge of those publishers are who I'm afraid of getting a hold of New World, right? Because I imagine that the developers will be just fine migrating into sort of a new system, and that won't be the problem. But the publishers, right, the people in the C-suite, you can tell what their motivations are by looking at the games they're in charge of. And you can tell what they're going to try to do, what they think the best monetization strategies are, and stuff like that. And they're going to use those strategies in any new IP that their company gets a hold of. And so, I wouldn't like to see the people who are in control of WoW get a hold of New World. I wouldn't like to see really any of the companies. Final Fantasy 14, while it doesn't really have a lot of pay to win, does a lot to try to suck a lot of money out of its customers. Um, just like a lot of different games do. And so I would be afraid, honestly, out of all of the big, kind of sounds like Rift. was with its dual classes. Yeah, so I never played Rift, so I wouldn't know anything about that. But so one of the things that a lot of MMOs in modern history have done is they're really interested in trying to balance things so that no class feels exceptionally strong. And in so doing, and I'm going to use this word again, they've homogenized a lot of things because it's easier to balance classes if the options aren't if there aren't a ton of options, right? If everybody's kind of got to play each class the same way, then it becomes very easy to balance those things. But what we realized, what me and my brother have been talking about lately, is that one of the things that balanced the original Guild Wars so well was that there were so many options that it didn't matter if you came up with something that was super OP because there was always going to be an option to counter it because there were just so many options. You couldn't possibly make something that could win against everything. And so it just didn't matter that sometimes you could come up with really, really crazy broken shit. And so that's not, like for example, in Throne and Liberty, there just aren't enough options for skills. There's only so many skills and stuff like that. I really like the Lycian's skill customization. Oh, Elion skill customization system. You could really change up the way classes played. Yeah, that's my big deal, BMO. I never played Elion, but 100%. It's huge. Huge to have that ability to create your own sort of identity with your class. They're now working on Guild Wars 3, and so I'm excited to see what happens with Guild Wars 3. I'll be excited to start getting, information and stuff about it. I am cautiously optimistic. Again, Guild Wars 2 has been a good game for a really long time. And so there's a good chance for Guild Wars 3 to be a good, long-lasting MMO. But there's also an opportunity for it to be a cash-grabbing shit show. Because, I mean, look who's producing it. But we'll see. I think one of the things that upsets me the most about the state of AAA gaming studios now is they have the most ability for innovation and for quality and for stuff like that. And I feel like we still get a lot of minimum viable product out of them because their goal is to make money, not to make good video games. And so, I mean, you can see it in the way a lot of their games are built, is they have a very monetization first approach, right? And so systems are built in an effort to monetize them. Systems aren't built in an effort to make the best system possible, right? Like, for example, Throne and Liberty is a good game. The quality of the combat is good. The way you move your character, the morph system is cool. There are a lot of really good things about this game. The visual quality of this game is very good. And so there are lots of really good things about that game. But then when you look at, for example, the gearing system and the vertical progression system that we have, it is very, very obvious that that system was built with monetizing it in mind, right? It takes a really long time. You don't get to adjust very well, right? There's hard stops where if I choose, I've chosen this class, I am this class where I use my sword and my orb. If I decide to do anything other than be a sword orb tank, then there is significant time and or money investment that goes into that, right? So the system is extremely punishing to bad choices or um, experimentation or anything like that, which is a core part of an MMO, right? Exploration is why we play MMOs, and it's not just about exploring the world, it's about exploring the systems, it's about exploring builds, it's about, exploring mechanics, it's about all of those things. And so when you make the exploration of your gearing system this punishing, you homogenize a lot of things and you take that away from players. So you have made a worse game for the sake of trying to incentivize people to spend more money. Because I can't, right? I am a tank now. And if I had a really good idea for a DPS class, I can't just buy some new gear with all the currency I've made as a tank and throw something on and just go experiment with something. Even as a tank, I can't experiment. I can't put a wand on and go experiment with some wand skills. I can't do any of that without potentially weeks of investment just to change a single weapon. And so they've done a really, really huge disservice to that aspect of the game, to the build exploration aspect of the game, which is a huge part of the game, and it is for the sake of monetization. And that shit pisses me off. Because if you had a better, more interesting build system in your game, you would make more money because more people would play your game. But instead, you've limited your player base in an effort to try and make more money per player. It's fucking asinine. And they do it with everything. And it's easy to see. So I started developing that game for my chat, the boss fighting game. And there is so much that could be done even inside of that small little boss fighting system to try and monetize that system. And it's just about creating pain points. Um, and then selling a solution to those pain points. So, we had our Thesourusaurus or whatever, and you fought the Thesourusaurus. But what if the Thesourusaurus was perpetually in a rage mode? And that rage mode had reduced the damage it took and increased the damage it did to chat by enough that typically chat would lose that fight, right? And then I sold a solution to that where you could kill the boss's rage mode by buying a $1 TTS and putting out a message like a taunt or something like that, like a vicious mockery style thing. And so you could pay $1 to do a taunt and everybody would see your taunt and then the rage mode would go away and the boss would take a regular amount of damage. And as long as that was done like 2 times, then that would shift the damage outputs and stuff so that most of the time the chat would win and the Thesourusaurus would lose. And people would pay that $1 for that TTS to get rid of that rage mode. But all you're doing is creating a system where normally you lose unless you spend money. And that's a lot of gaming today. That's a lot of gaming today. And so you could have that exact same system, but then don't monetize it and just have, a skill or some sort of mechanic that is interesting within the game that cancels that rage mode instead. So instead of just having a whip out your wallet, win the game, you have, this interesting mechanical interactive system that does that same thing and doesn't cost anybody any money and is just a better game because of it. If you want to have this trait system like we have in this game, and you want to have it be really difficult to get traits and stuff like that, selling those traits is a cop-out, right? If you want decisions to matter, which is kind of what this system is trying to say, right? Your decisions matter. Once you've selected to go down a path, it's extremely difficult to choose to go down another path because of how punishing this system is. That's fine. But then the minute you start selling a solution to that, the minute you say, but if you really, really want to be able to change the path that you've gone down, go ahead and give us $100, and that'll give you enough lucent to go ahead and buy all the things you need to switch your path. Now it's no longer a gameplay mechanic. It's a pain point designed for monetization. Because there are absolutely people out there who want their decisions to matter, and they want, what they've chosen to be as their character to be sort of irrevocable. But then you've got, there are a lot of people who are mad at Throne of Liberty right now because the orb came out and the crucifix became so strong. And so if you pivoted to crucifix, then, you're getting in more groups. You're not having trouble, beating raids and stuff like that because people are bringing you in because it's the highest DPS class by, 2 or 3 times right now. And so if your choices matter, and then you also have this super overpowered thing that everybody's pivoting to, then again, it just feels like you're trying to get people to spend money to make that pivot, right? It's taken them over a month to make any sort of balancing changes to try and bring the crucifix back in line with everything else. And they've done it really slow. It's been really, really incremental as they've tried to nerf that back down in line with everything else. And so people are just, every time they come out with a patch, they're hopeful, like, oh, I'm going to be relevant again. And then they're not. And every single time, it's just in an effort to get people to be like, well, if they're not going to balance it, then I'm going to switch and spend money, buy Lucent, so they can get their new gear, so they can switch to that other build. And it's all driven by money. It's not driven by the fact that it's difficult to balance the thing at all. Give me salt, you little fucker. We saw the same problem with League of Legends. They drop a new champion. The new champion's broken because they want you to buy the new champion. And then slowly the new champion gets nerfed down so that they're not broken. But that totally ruins the competitive scene. Your game is designed around this super competitive ranking system, and then you go and pull some shit like that. It's just all kind of a joke. All right, let's get back in and do another battleground because I need to try and get these wins in. Yeah. It's turned a lot of people off to the game. And it's a big part of what causes people to sort of ebb and flow into the game. You know, new patches come out, new stuff comes out. You come back, you try the new content and stuff, and then you hit the same pain points over and over again. And so, the content is good. The moment to moment gameplay is fun. None of these games really have an issue with their moment to moment gameplay. New World was fun to play. Throne and Liberty is fun to play. WoW, Final Fantasy, all of these games have decent or even really good moment to moment gameplay. And so when there's new content to do and when there's new world to explore, again, it's about that exploration, right? There's new boss mechanics to look into. There's new creature types to go and look at. There's all this new stuff to explore every time new content drops. People surge back into the game, but that's the stuff that is going to hold their interest for the shortest period of time because the map isn't ever changing, right? As soon as you go to the top of that mountain over there, you've seen the top of that mountain. You're not going to be drawn to go back to the top of that mountain anymore. But the amount of new builds, for example, daggers just dropped in New World. The amount of new builds that are now in New World for every weapon is massive, right? Because what's the math on it? It's like n times n minus 1 or something like that is how many combinations you get when you have multiple things. You're trying to figure out how many combinations are in them, like the number 0 to 9, how many two-digit combinations there are. It's like n times n minus 1, or I don't know, whatever it is. But it's multiplicative. So you add daggers, and now every single class has a new combination. And because there are more skills than you can use at any single time, technically every class has like 2 or 3 new combinations. And that's a lot of exploration, right? That takes a lot of time because in order to fully explore a build, you have to be proficient in that build. And proficiency takes time. And so that's the kind of thing that can keep people playing for a long time. It's not about just the new content. And so when you put barriers to that in the game and then try and sell solutions, people come up against that wall and they're like, oh, okay, well, I've seen all there is to see. And in order to play this other build, I'm going to have to spend $10. And then I'm going to spend that $10 and I'm going to play this other build, but it's going to be in the exact same content that I've already done. So there's not really any new content for me to do. So I'm just going to quit. I'll come back. I'll try a different build on the next content drop. Because then it'll be possible, because that's how vertical power progression works. I forgot my route. Forgot what I was doing. But I actually have my actual build on right now. That's good. Come on, give me the speed cap bonus. You can do it. I believe in you. Please, can I have the speed cap bonus? There it is. If they're going to try and stop us from getting ours, then I'm going to take theirs. I don't know why people are trying to capture things without speed captures, but it's stupid. Real fucking stupid. Everybody's fighting over the spawn again. What's really funny is that the other team would do the same thing. Like, it's really easy to think, why do I keep getting the bad teams? But that's not what's happening. I just happen to be on the team that gets pushed back in the spawn. And it's probably because I don't try and do that strategy. And so I'm not helping in the initial push, right? I'm running around trying to cap things and do stuff like that. And so because I'm not assisting in pushing back into the spawn, my team honestly probably gets pushed into spawn more often. But the strategy that I run, where I attempt to go and capture and, you know, be anywhere but at the fucking spawn like an idiot, is a better strategy and would win more games if more of my team just did it. But instead, the entire team is fighting over the ×2 at our base. And you cannot win that way. You will never succeed fighting over that ×2. It is literally impossible. I mean, it's easier for me by myself to come out here and capture this one than it is for our entire team to try and capture this one. And that's not because I'm better than our entire team. It's because when you spread the fight out and you don't have 8 million people beating on you, then it's just easier to capture a point. You are literally playing the game on hard mode by staying inside of the spawn like that. You have made your success as difficult as is humanly possible by doing that. Rank 12, only 4 caps? That sucks. Rank number 1 on their team actually had a couple of caps and a bunch of destroyed objectives. Or destroyed boxes. But look at that. 23 kills versus 31 kills. This person ended up with a higher score, and it's because of this right here. That person deserved to be number 1 in that game. Good for them. Good job for playing the objectives. Good job for having a good build to kill people. Good job. Wish you were on my team.
Want to check out the fresh ingredients that just came in today?
Do you have a knack for cooking? If so, you might be just what we're looking for.
This Battlegrounds thing. So I was looking at the Throne and Liberty patch notes for the Korean server, and it looks like they are going to be limiting the playtime for the Battlegrounds, which is going to piss me off. The ranked is only going to be accessible on the weekends. And then the regular one is only going to be accessible in the evenings, it seems like, on the Korean server. I hope they don't bring that to the NA servers, because I don't want to only be able to... I mean, the Battlegrounds is like the content that I do when I've got everything else done. So I don't know. I guess I'll spend more time gathering, because that'll be the only thing that I can do when I'm not, doing other content. I wonder if I can even do... Let's go see if I can do the co-op dungeons, or if they're still broken. Still fucking broken. Oh my god, dude. Oh, fuck me.
Take a look around. If you have some fun.
I just want to do my dungeons and shit, man. I don't know. I guess we fish. This is actually not where we need to fish because I need freshwater fish.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
This game does look really nice as the sun's going down. I mean, obviously there's a level of detail switch in the distance there, but still looks good. I still like it a lot. Although I am more impressed by less when it comes to visuals in video games than a lot of other people, I think. Probably because, my first video games were 8-bit Mario games on the NES. There is a game coming out, not tomorrow, but the day after, that I'm interested in looking into, like a little pixel graphics MMO that I'm gonna maybe get up a little early and try out before stream, just to see what it is, what it's like. Because stuff like that is really secondary to me, compared to, the mechanics of the game, specifically the deck building of a game is the most important to me. I can get over bad combat, I can get over bad graphics, I can get over a lot of bad stuff. I can't get over bad class building and character building in a game. I need to be able to read lots of skills and feel like my character is unique. Which is a big part of why I don't really consume or make very much content about builds. And it's because I don't want to be influenced by those things. I want to come up with them on my own. And I like to come up with them on my own as I play. I'm not really a planner. I just kind of do everything by feel. And I like that. So we'll see. We'll see what this other game is like. I'm still very into Throne. I still intend to play it. Especially now that we've got this new path towards potential Lucent. This furniture path and this cooking path. Those are sort of these infinitely doable systems. There's no point at which I'm going to have to like stop gathering materials or stop fishing and cooking or any of that stuff. So that's really important to me. I usually only play one MMO at a time. And so I like, I play a lot of video games all day, every day. I like to be here playing my video game. And so I want to be playing a video game that can absorb all of that time. And it's fine if that time is absorbed doing something silly like this, right? Like I can sit here and fish. I could do this all day. Especially when there's a goal with it, especially when I'm going to get something out of it. Then this doesn't bother me. Would I prefer that the fishing system was a little more robust? Sure. But it doesn't necessarily have to be. This is another one of those sort of minimum viable product things that I talk about a lot, though. Because there are lots of fishing games out there with really intricate fishing systems, right? Rod tension and reeling and, all kinds of different stuff like that. And it doesn't really seem to me that there's any reason that those same things couldn't be in this game, right? Like you have a fishing system. Why don't you have a better version of a fishing system when there are examples out there that you could draw from? I'm not asking you to reinvent the wheel and make, the newest, best fishing system in the world, but there are lots of them that are very good, right? The whole game is fishing. So all of I'm so annoyed by that. Can I please change that button? Shortcuts.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. alone. This doesn't feel right.
All right, here we go. What can this be? It doesn't. Chosen shortcut is already in use. Will be swapped with select the same target as the party leader.
He fought alone.
Um, fuck it. Fuck the party leader.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone.
It costs like 5 of these bass every time I want to cook one of those foods. So you do have to get a lot of fish. I need to get my level up so that I can catch higher tier fish more often. We're working on that. We're level 7. I guess I should probably go to maybe some higher level zones. And maybe that'll help me catch bigger fish more often. But I have a problem catching some of the bigger fish. So, what's up, Gravy? It is the 7-time world fishing champion. I wish.
He fought alone.
I wish. I am just a nerd on a pond with a bamboo fishing rod.
With his one eye, he
I actually don't wish. I don't know that I would enjoy competitive fishing. That seems like... Oh, nice. Good job. That seems like adding a lot of stress to what is supposed to be like the most relaxing activity that you can do. Especially like lake fishing. Sitting on the bank, you got your little bobber out, you throw it out there, and you're just kind of sitting in a chair enjoying the sun, watching the bobber, waiting for a fish to bite. To add some sort of competitiveness to that sounds awful to me.
with his one eye, he fought alone.
A bobber is this thing that you see on top of the water here. That's bobbing up and down in the water. It's also known as a strike indicator. But you see even in this, it gets pulled under the water when something grabs a hold of the bait. And so it's just a little floaty thing that sits on top of the water until the fish grabs it. It's called a bobber.
One eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Get you some wings. And then come back and tell us about the story for your game.
This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Rated a 1 out of 10. I would never do that to you, Gravy. I would never do that to you. I'm sure your game is a 10 out of 10.
He fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
My rating scale is proportional to skill, experience, and funding. So, since you have no experience and you have no funding, my rating scale is very generous. I mean, just because I don't play a specific genre doesn't mean that I can't appreciate good games in that genre, though.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
I mean, like, I don't really play roguelites, despite the fact that I think it's one of the greatest genres of games in the world. It's not really my cup of tea,
His one eye,
but
alone.
there are some really good roguelites out there. I don't really play arena shooters. I don't really play extraction games, but I can definitely see the value and the quality of like Arc Raiders, for example.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Going to be about a lady who is trying to get her mom, trying to get to her mom, but she hears voices in her head, and the voices in her head is you, the player. So it's going to be mostly about decisions you have to make her do. Okay.
Eye, he fought alone.
That's
This doesn't feel right.
there aren't very many games that insert the player as a character in the game instead of inserting the player into a character that exists in the game. There aren't very many games that insert the player themselves as a character in the game, so that's interesting. Making you this sort of angel on their shoulder kind of a thing, or devil. That's interesting.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Gonna be pretty dark because I'm decent at writing dark stuff than heroic stuff. I mean, dark fantasy is a very popular genre. Or dark fiction, not fantasy. That's the word I'm looking for. Fiction.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Hey, level 8 fishing. That's what I'm talking about right there. Killing the game.
He fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Where Winds Meet is also coming out in a couple of weeks. What is it, the 14th or the 20th? I forget. Is when it comes out. It's getting more and more attention as it gets closer and closer to the release date.
One eye, he fought alone. This doesn't.
I am really interested in how Where Winds Meet. It's an MMO, but it's an MMO that also has a single player mode. So you can play the game entirely in the single player mode, but you can switch back and forth between single player and MMO. So I'm interested.
This doesn't feel right.
I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know what kind of balancing systems they might need because of that. I don't know if they're even going to have a market, like a player auction house market. You're going to be able to trade and sell things. I don't know,
With his one eye, he fought alone.
but it'll be interesting to look at. It's another game that I'll at least spend a couple hours on if it comes out on the old GeForce Now.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Their first trailer showed the game as a single-player game, and people were excited. So they slowly started showing it's more of a free-to-play MMO. Some people are disappointed. I mean, I'll reserve judgment on that personally until we see what the implementation is like. I guess one of the things that I would be afraid of there is
With his one eye,
if
alone.
you play the game and if you are playing the game as a single player game, if they have lots of, the free to play MMO monetization systems in that game, and those things affect your single player gameplay, then, I mean, that's just making a really bad single player RPG. Because if you're playing a single player game, there's no reason for all of those MMO monetization systems. And so that would be really disappointing and would make players who just wanted to play it as a single player game absolutely not play it, which would kind of defeat the purpose of even having the single player mode, because you don't need it if people who are just going to play it single player aren't going to play the game because your monetization is ass. So there's definitely a concern there. And then there's also a concern of the balance between multiplayer and single player. So a reason a lot of games don't have single player modes is you have to make the game sort of easy enough to play solo. And so that gives people the ability to go into places that normally would require cooperation and earn rewards that are normally much more difficult to get because that cooperation is required. Right? Cooperation is a difficulty multiplier because getting two people to do things right is way more difficult than getting one person, and getting three people to do things right is even more difficult than that. And so if you then give the same rewards for the single player version of that experience, then you're creating a system where the economy of the game can really suffer because everybody gets such easy access to everything. And people will just like farm stuff really hard. So I don't even know if there will be an in-game economy because of that, which wouldn't necessarily be a terrible thing. It'd be fine to have to go through and do everything yourself and get everything yourself and all that stuff, but we'll see. It's supposed to have a pretty interesting character customization system, like for your build and stuff. Multiple weapons, multiple combat styles that you have to learn, different moves for and stuff like that by either fighting or observing different masters of different martial styles. And then being able to incorporate sort of your own combination of those different martial styles into your own build. And that sounded really interesting to me. It will depend on how deep their implementation is. So one of the things that was really interesting about the original Guild Wars was you had elite skills. And the way you got elite skills was you got something called a capture signet. And then you went out into the world, and every zone had, one or multiple boss monsters just in the open world zones. And you would go and track down these boss monsters and you would kill them. And then you would use your signet of capture to capture their elite skill. And that was how you learned these, really high cooldown, really impactful elite skills. And so something like that, but maybe something a little more interesting, right? The capture signet system was a very basic version of that system. It's the first time I had ever seen a system where you actively stole skills from enemies like that. So it'll be interesting to see mechanically how they go about it and where winds meet. Because that's one of those big exploration things, right? That's one of those things that you can keep. It's a very horizontal progression system because you only need so many skills. For example, you can only have 12 skills on your bar here in Throne and Liberty. But if you had hundreds of skills available, then every skill past skill number 12 that I get is horizontal progression, not linear progression, which means that I can keep playing the game way more than my friends or way more than other people in the game and still be pretty equally as powerful as them, which keeps everybody in sort of the same tier of play so we can all play together. But I have more options, I have more to discover, I have more to learn about and look at and all that stuff. And that keeps me playing when I'm a player who plays a lot more. And I think that's one of the most important things about horizontal progression systems is that they are playtime agnostic and they have the same impact on a player who plays 100 hours in a week and a player who plays 10 hours in a week. And vertical progression systems are the opposite, right? Which is why pay to win in games like Throne and Liberty is so egregious, because all of the content happens at the end game. And so your vertical progression system just puts that off. So I'm hopeful that Where Winds Meet is a little more of a horizontal progression system, and they really lean into that deck building, uh, skill gathering system that they're getting into. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
With his one eye, he fought alone.
Or maybe the game will just be trash. I mean, you never know, right?
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel.
Next year, we get Arcade Chronicles. I'm excited for the marketing push for that game. I'll be excited to learn a lot more about it. It's been pretty hush-hush as far as information is concerned. I know there are a lot of people out there, friends that I've known, content creators, stuff like that, that sort of tout early days Arcade as one of the greatest MMO experiences they've ever had. I personally never played Arcade. I was in the Navy. I actually think I was on deployment in the Navy when Arcade launched. But just at that time in general, I wasn't really playing a lot of video games because I was busy. So I never really experienced that. So I'm pretty excited for Arcade Chronicles because if it's as good as the original Arcade, the original launch of Arcade before Cacao or whoever got a hold of it and monetized the shit out of it, we will see. We'll see what they do with Arcade Chronicles. I would love to see a return for a game like that to like a subscription model instead of their pay to win, whatever the hell they were doing. Their like mobile game daily stamina bullshit that they were pulling back then. I'm excited about that. I'm a little excited for Chrono Odyssey, but also sort of not. I don't know. The ideas behind Chrono Odyssey seem like they could be good, but they also seem really cumbersome. So we'll have to see. I was excited for Chrono until they delayed it again. I mean, I'm fine with delays. As an MMO gamer, especially, I'm just kind of used to it at this point. even years of delays. I would have really liked to have seen Chrono Odyssey come out this year, mostly because I feel like, um, we had a lot of good games to play, at the end of the year this year. Throne put out its new patch, New World put out its new patch, and then I feel like in the last couple of weeks, I just keep getting smacked in the face with games that I thought I was going to be able to play for a really long time, kind of falling into this weird obscurity where they've got these problems that are really just breaking the games for me. So Chrono Odyssey would have been a nice sort of reprieve from some of that to get in and maybe get a chance to play something new. But I don't think Chrono Odyssey was going to be in a really good place. I mean, just based off of what a lot of the beta testers or alpha testers or whatever were saying when they had that big test. They kind of took it in the face, got punched really hard by the people who they allowed to play the game. And so I think recognizing that if you launched, you weren't going to have a good reception and deciding to go ahead and push that launch off for a year and make some pretty massive changes to the game was probably just a good idea. I mean, you did get a chance to play it. That's good.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel
Yeah, I was not a part of that. I have not played. I haven't even really watched any video or anything on it. I don't even know if there is video on it. I don't know what the NDA or anything was like, but I don't have a ton of information. I just know that they got a lot of bad press from people who played during that. And there's kind of a bias there, right? Like you usually end up getting more information about people's complaints than you do about their positive experiences. So it's possible it was, a little more 60-40 positive negative instead of the 60-40 negative positive that I think it is. Um, just because that's kind of how news works. But I'm all for taking as much time as it takes to make as good a game as you can. I will happily wait for a good game. Now, if you delay your game and then you put it out and it's still garbage, then I'll probably be even more frustrated than I was if you didn't delay the game. But if a delay makes the game better, I'm okay with it. What I'd really like to see is literally any information on Light No Fire. Literally any. I want to play that game so freaking bad. And there's just nothing. Just nothing. If I'd have known. So when they announced Light No Fire and they announced that a lot of the systems that were coming to No Man's Sky were also going to be in Light No Fire, and that a lot of the updates that were coming to No Man's Sky were going to be sort of public tests of some of those. Public tests of some of those systems. I considered buying No Man's Sky and playing it because, I wanted to get an idea of maybe some of the things they were trying to implement and some of the things they were trying to do. But I thought, they've announced that they're doing Light No Fire. Surely the game's going to come out in the next year or so. So I didn't buy it because I didn't want to, pay for No Man's Sky and then end up not playing it because I was going to play Light No Fire instead because I prefer the fantasy to the sci-fi personally. But that was years ago. I could have spent the last, 2 years
With his one eye, he fought
playing No Man's Sky and experiencing some of those systems. But I guess not. That was the weirdest announcement I think I've ever seen for a video game. Was their announcement for Light No Fire? Because when you saw the trailer, it looked like the game was in a pretty decent state visually. The world looked pretty full. There were lots of different race models for all the different character races. The water looked really good. The swimming looked really good. So it looked like they had all of this progress made, and you were like, "Oh wow, this is like getting to a point where it's going to release." And then nothing, just radio fucking silence. I don't even know what's going on.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right. With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
This is so much easier now that I switched my freaking key for setting the hook on these things. I'm so happy. I think we got about one more fish in us before it's time to go back to the Amatoys. Try and get me some salt.
With his one eye, he fought alone. This doesn't feel right.
Need my salt. And I think we've probably got enough fish. We'll just go right back to Castleton here. Going back to Castleton. And now we'll jump in our Amatoy house. Give me some salt, Amatoys. Give it to me. I wonder if even though I would get less salt potentially because I get 0 to 8 here, I wonder if I would have a better chance of getting salt if I sent more Amatoys. Let's see how that goes. Because now we're getting 0 to 7. Maybe we'll get a better chance at it, which will ultimately result in more salt. Because there are some times that I'm just not getting anything, and it's very upsetting. Alright, let's claim all this. Sure, we'll make one quality paper. Claim all this, make some iron ingots. This, make some quality glass. What do we got going on here? We're about to be level 7, or level 6 here. Gotta get all the way to level 8. Oh my god. About to be level 6 here. We've left this one totally behind because I haven't gone and gotten any more leather or anything. And then the glass, we're going to be level 6 in here sometime. We have quite a bit of glass and stuff left still. We're probably going to have to go get some more sand and stuff, but for now, our glass is actually in a good spot. This is also in a pretty good spot. We're going to need more wood too, though. Gross. Alright, grilled fishies. We only have 7 salt, so we can only make 7 of these. That's okay. 0 great successes. Looks like we only need to make about 3 more before we hit that level 15 cooking. We can get the Aurora Seafood Platter. All hit chance, skill damage boost, all CC chance. Ooh. What is an Aurora Starfish? Found in all of Silicium's oceans, the Aurora Starfish has a distinctive body, and I've never gotten one of these. But it looks like this is a... this is a saltwater thing. This is a really good one, though. Hit chance, skill damage, and CC chance. That's a crazy good meal. Probably going to be trying to make this one. You can buy as much grape juice as you want. Let's see. Can I buy lemongrass? Nope. We can buy as many clams as we want, too. That's crazy. So, let's go back over here. Yeah, so we can buy as many of the clams as we want. We can buy as much of the grape juice as we want. We'll have to get lemongrass, which I assume just comes from, yeah, wild herbs. And then this is interesting. It doesn't say where to get it from, right? I can go here and it says okay, well, fishing doesn't really say where you can fish things, so never mind. So it must be that fishing is the only way to get this?
When it comes to cooking, it's the ingredients that decide the outcome.
Usually found in some regions of Laslan and Stoneguard, it reveals a beautiful rainbow of colors when heated. Okay, so the oceans of Laslan and Stone. Laslan is... let's see, this is Talandir, Stoneguard, Laslan. Okay. That's interesting because I've done a lot of fishing off of this pier and I've never gotten one. But like, check this out. I wonder, let's go swim out here and go fishing off of this because this still has like 2 hours. Let's go see what we can get. Way the fuck knockers out there. This will be interesting. I think it's that little island way over there. Yeah, it's that little island way over there. Let's just go for it. I don't think there's anything in the water that'll kill me. At least I hope not. Because I'm just a little otter. I can't fight back. Please don't kill me. I'm a little otter. I don't wanna die. Dope. Damn, I can barely reach that spot. Let's see what we get out here. A leaf seahorse. Nay. First fish was a blue fish. That feels pretty good. I think this is going to be another leaf seahorse. It's pretty hard to reel in. An amberjack. I think that's some kind of a tuna. Tuna fishy. It had that distinctive tuna football shape. Hey, we're level 9 in fishing. Who's the best? I'm the best. Cause we are the champions, my friend. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. Alright, give me a starfish, dude. Starfishy. What a dick. He just kept swimming in the same direction. Wouldn't even let me get him. Just wanted to be your friend, fishy. Yeah, it's definitely a type of tuna fish. Move it, football head. Get a lot of green fishies out here. This is nice. Do I seriously only have 40 bait left? Holy crap. I'm gonna run out of bait. I don't think that's ever happened to me before. Balanrasi. I wonder if maybe instead of fishing for starfish... What's up, dude? Who's that? The Wizard Spicy. Okay. Okay, Spicy Wizard. Goofy ass. He got an amberjack. Don't you dare. Amore il. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
We're talking. Get some rest. Why don't you go and take a look around?
What the hell? What the hell?
They'll set sail soon. Climb aboard if you're coming with us.
I didn't realize you could actually get on this ship. I thought it was just window dressing. That's cool. That's super dope. I should have known better. I definitely fucked that one up. I was too busy watching this dude in front of me. Not busy enough watching my bobber. Okay, game. Oh, he got a big sack. Or she. They got a big sack. A silver anchovy. Hey, I got another seahorsey. I still haven't got any starfish though, which is really kind of freaking me out. They look like they're gray. I'm starting to think that they might be um, like the clams, and they might be a gatherable, not a fishable. So I assume I probably have to like run along the beach looking for places where I can collect starfishes. That seems like the way to go to me. So we're gonna have to try that. Having some trouble there, bud? But I think I have enough fish for the other, enough freshwater fish to get all the cookings I need done to get to level 15. And then I definitely want to cook this new recipe with these saltwater fish because it's worth about 1.5 times the amount of XP. And it's really good. And so if I get some great successes with it, I'll probably be able to sell it at the auction house as I level up. And that's definitely the best way to go about things, right? Is try and find ways that you can earn currency as you go. Now, this other recipe that I've already been cooking also is pretty good for selling, but I think this one will be better. A Balenwasi. Moray eel. Oh no, is it gone? I think we fished it out. That's so freaking sad. Let's go swim, dude. Yeah, so let's go run along the beach. And let's see if I can't find some budging starfishes. Because surely the starfishes are not hatchables. Not after all the fishing I've done. To not even catch one, you know? That don't make no damn sense. What's this? Must be a quest thing. Weird. How do I get starfishes? Because I don't have any, right? They're a gray kind of fish. And I ain't got none. I'm pretty shocked about the whole thing. Let's go into the auction house. Let's see if any of my things have gotten sold. Nope. Oh no, there we go. Aurora starfish. Oh, is this the level I have to get to catch them? Is that why I haven't gotten some of these yet? I wonder. So it's probably in a specific place, right? Hmm. Hmm. And there's so many kinds of fish. This is definitely a good and interesting part of fishing systems in a lot of games, is having things that can be found in a lot of interesting places. And then having to go and like explore a bunch of different little fishing holes and stuff like that was something that I enjoyed about the original Final Fantasy MMO, Final Fantasy 11. Also something I enjoyed about Final Fantasy 14. I think that same thing happened in Final Fantasy 14. And then I feel like there was another MMO that I played. I didn't play a lot of it that had a similar style system. But I really enjoy systems like that. I think they're a lot of fun. Because it gives you a reason. I mean, again, it's about that exploration. You know, it's just one more thing to go and discover all of the possibilities for. So there's no point in running around the beach because it's not a collectible like I thought. It's a fishable. So we'll just have to find where we need to be to fish it. And honestly, we might have to get to a higher level because my fishing level is only level 9. Oh no, I'm level 13. Oh, that's why I'm catching things. So my rod gives me +3 level or +2 level, 4 levels. So let's go back into that actually. So I was trying to figure out if that was the thing why I was already catching Balanrasi a few levels ago, or why I can catch these amberjacks because they're level 11. But that explains it, is because this is probably the level you have to be to get it. So I'm going to have to get 3 more levels, it seems like, before I can catch the Aurora starfish. There are a lot of things that I haven't gotten that I seem to have the levels for now. I've gained the last 3 levels sort of fishing in freshwater. So these are all saltwater fishes here that are all this level 10. Oh, there's the azure starfish. Aurora starfish, azure starfish. Which one do I need? Hang on. Which one do I need for this recipe that I'm trying to cook? In a little while here. It is the Aurora starfish. Okay. So I do have to get 3 more fishing levels before I can start catching these, it seems like. But in an effort to do that, if I do a lot of saltwater fishing, I'll have tons of fishes. And the other thing I'm going to need to do is get some lemongrass. So we're going to have to go do some gathering. But I have tons of saltwater fishes. So I'll be able to make a bunch of these as soon as I get to where I can get Aurora starfish and cook these. That's cool. That's super dope. Let's look at, what is this called again? Aurora seafood platter. So if we go in here and we go to the auction house and we look up Aurora seafood platter. Is it platter? There we go. So you can find a rare version and a green version. So this is probably what I'll end up getting, but you can have great successes that go here. But it looks like these are selling for 299 lucent. And it's just because that is such an incredible set of stats there, right? 50 hit chance, 40 skill boost damage, 40 CC chance. Probably really good for the old battlegrounds. So a lot of people are probably not utilizing expensive foods like this in the regular battlegrounds, except for maybe rarely if they get into a battleground fight with like a rival guild or something like that. Maybe they do. Or if they're going in with some allies and they just want to like super pad their kill score, then they might do that. But when ranked battlegrounds comes out, I think you're going to start seeing people use a lot more of these higher end foods for those purposes. So one of the things you're probably not going to see, though, is they're not going to buy these big ones, because the difference between these two things is just the timer on it. And your average battleground, I would assume so. Can you not use can you not use food in battlegrounds? I never do, but I always assumed you could. You cannot change your weapon to a different type from one that are equipped after applying. You will receive matchmaking penalty if you refuse to enter. Which role you cannot change.
When it comes to cooking, it's the ingredients that decide the outcome.
Co-op dungeons, guild battles, castle siege, tech delivery. Battlegrounds, there we go. These are the roles, applying for matchmakings, team builds, matchmaking successful. Inactivity penalty, coin rewards, item rewards. You can earn ranked points, rankings. Okay, well, it doesn't say in here. Let's sign up for one and let's fucking find out.
When it comes to cooking, it's the ingredients that decide the outcome.
Because the fact that the rare one, or the Aurora seafood letter. The fact that this one is worth 6 lucent is kind of crazy, if I'm being honest. This other one that I've been making, the blue one is worth like 30 something lucent, but this one's only worth like point something. So I'll actually be pretty sad if you can't use foods in here. Where's my consumables? Oh my goodness. You can't use foods in the battlegrounds. What a weird thing to do. You have no system of matchmaking. You have nothing that stops really high CP players from fighting really low CP players. And then you try and make things more equal by not allowing food. Literally blows my fucking mind. Why are the people who make video games so stupid? Like, this is good. This is good for your auction house, right? Because people would be using more foods, which is good for your bottom line because the auction house is run on Lucent. Like, what are you even doing? I give up trying to figure out what people are fucking thinking, man. I give up. Hey, got my speed capture. That's what I'm about right there. Boom. Let's go down here and steal their boxes. My boxes. Oh, they took ours. And they took mid. Time to go get mid back. Yoink. Oh, that guy's drunk. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm leaving. Whew. Almost didn't get away there. The guy was getting me. People need to stop trying to kill me so much. Leave me alone, dude. Oh, we got mid. What happened? Oh my gosh, we lost ours and theirs again? Yo, they got some people like on cap duty right now. This is ridiculous. Yoink. Well, dude, that's gonna work for you there, bud. Ooh, my speed cap is gone. Need to re-up that. That sucks. Hey, we got it. We got it re-upped. I don't normally live long enough to need to re-up my speed cap. Hey, we're kind of making a comeback here. Good job, team. We've got almost all the points captured. Oh, somebody stopped me from being able to capture this one with some sort of a special ability thing. I really need to learn what all those are because I don't know what any of them are. They seem pretty valuable. How long does this last? There we go. Yoink. Normally, I wouldn't have stayed there, but we had all of the points captured when those people started coming up and trying to take that. So the best course of action for me, I think, was to have stayed there. Unfortunately, my team literally lost every other point while we were doing that. Which is impressive, since there were 3+ people fighting me there the entire time, which means we should have been at an advantage basically the entire time, as far as numbers are concerned, at the very least. These people are just chasing me around, trying to kill me. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Why? Why are so many of us stacked up on top of their spawn? Fuck, dude. This obsession with the spawn points is pissing me off. You're not gonna stop me, lady. Oh, she did. I can't believe we lost that fucking game. How sad. How sad. Look at this. 69 kills. Totally useless. Like, good job getting 20,000 points. But you know this person was just standing at the enemy spawn the whole time, padding their score. And they got beat by somebody with 14 less kills than them because they weren't playing the objectives like a fucking clown. Whoop-de-doo, dude. You did 2.7 million damage, but you don't understand how the game works, so you lose.
Want to check out the fresh ingredients that just came in today?
What a clown.
Welcome. Take your time and have a good look around.
See you again.
So depressing. What's really depressing is I can't believe that you can't use food in the freaking battlegrounds. What is that? That's the worst. Let's look at my kill record. I have 3 kills. All time. 3 kills. This is my original character from launch. So I have 3 kills and 201 assists in PvP. from all the way back. Let's go. Is there like a page 2? Can I go back? Or is this kill record only... Okay, so this kill record is only recent. Maybe it's a seasonal thing. It can't be a seasonal thing. This person has 43,000 kills. It must be a seasonal thing. At least the scores must be seasonal. Because Stepbro has more kills and more assists overall. But a lower score. Stepbro must have stopped playing while I stopped playing. Or while I wasn't playing. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. I guess we need to do a couple of low-end bosses, or low-end dungeons. Because I do need to use up... We've got enough for 2 dungeons here. So I might as well use up these tokens. So let's go ahead and queue up for a couple of speedy little jobbers here. Random elite, Bamo. Kalon, you still around? You want to queue up for a couple random elites? All right.
It's better not go to the mandrake farm on a rainy day. Plantaria become more vicious when it's raining.
Let's go co-op dungeon. Let's go boop. Hey, that's nice. Kalon queues as a healer, and I queue as a tank. So all we gotta do is get 4 freaking DPS, and we're good to go. That's baller. You might be my new favorite person, Kalon. Yeah, we're never gonna have to wait. That's fucking hilarious. Alright, this one we just like run to each door and kill all the enemies at each door. And then he should let us in, and then we just run to the next door. We got some strong motherfuckers on our team right now. There is some DPS going down. Open up. And now we just have to kill these 3 little things on the outside here. That are super easy to kill. Then we fight this dude in the middle. And now it's boss time. I don't know if you've played this boss yet, Kalon, but if you get a cone that's like pointing out from the front of you, try and turn it away from everybody else, because you'll cause everybody to get feared. Yeah, that little blue cone or whatever. It doesn't really matter. We have enough DPS and I have enough tank and you have enough heals that we'll be fine. But trying to turn it away from everybody is good practice. Booyah. Epic 2 with skill damage resistance on a belt. I bet you that's got some value. Nice. Give me blacks. You suck. Alright. Gonna leave the party and re-invite you. We'll do one more of those real quick. And then if you'd like to do the Halloween one, we'll do the Halloween one as well. Co-op dungeon. Oh, nope. Invite friend. Co-op dungeon. Random elite. Nice. Get some random chaos runes. Feels good. This is unexpected. Let's see, what do we get? Range defense, health regen, melee defense, boss melee hit chance. I actually kind of like that one. Blind chance and melee defense minus max mana. Both of those melee defenses are pretty good. I'd rather have them be magic defense because my melee defense is real high. 3,500. I'd like to, get a couple hundred more magic defense in there. And definitely endurance. I for sure need the endurance. I think paradoxically, queuing together as a tank and healer actually makes the queue take slightly longer. Because I don't just get put with whatever healer was already queued up. And so we sort of have to wait for 4 additional. So on this one, we go to either side and we clear these little portals here. And then we go to the back and we clear the portal and then we fight the boss. And then we can just jump off and sort of catch the edge there. Yeah, and then once all the little things are done, we got to get this other side here real quick. Oh, there it goes. And now we can fight this little boss in the middle. I can't seem to get this dude to fight me. He's targeted on somebody else. That was rough. Oh, we go down the hole. That's right. That's right. And then we go up to either side, and I remember now. I remember now. All right, good job. Thanks, game. Took a bunch of lag right there, had all kinds of weird frame drops, and just boop, dead. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. Okay. Are we freaking joking right now? At least somebody made it. I totally forgot this boss's mechanic. Somebody in this group is doing way too much damage. I can't keep the freaking boss aggroed. Or they're also using taunts, maybe. I've seen somebody else using sword shield moves, so it's possible somebody queued his DPS instead of tank. That dude just does not want to taunt. Oh, I can claim these 3 times now, not just 2. Okay. I definitely thought I could only do 2. Whoopsie. All right. Gonna leave this party here again real quick. And then invite you to another one and we'll go do the pumpkins. Go do the pumpkins. Bop. Co-op dungeon. Random. Pumpkin. Somebody get me through this nightmare. Do 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 do. Let's see. Critical hit chance. Maybe good. Skill damage resistance on a bracelet. Probably good. Then I also get skill damage resistance on a belt, which is probably good. You actually kind of get some good stuff this time. That's nice. And then buff duration on a greatsword. I don't know if that'll be any good, but let's check out these skill damage resistances. On tier 2. 70, that might be worth. On the bracelet. On a tier 2. Another 70, that might be worth. And then we get crit chance. On a tier 2 weapon. Not worth. That's unfortunate. And I'm almost positive that the buff duration isn't going to be worth on the tier 2 weapon. Yeah, it's not. But I think I might go ahead. Well, I might actually keep these because I still haven't done my bracelet. And I still haven't done my belt. And skill damage resistance seems like 2 things that I'm definitely going to want. So let's go ahead and lock these, and we're going to keep these for me. And then we'll lithograph book these other 2. We'll lithograph this spear. Where did I get these gloves? Melee evasion, probably not. And then we'll material this and magic evasion. Perfect. Friggin' perfect. Okay, well, this seems like it's going to take a minute. I'm going to go use the restroom. All right. I've been holding that P in since, like, before going to that battleground earlier. I keep queuing for things without getting up to go use the restroom, and then the queue pops. And then there I am, still needing to go to the bathroom. Like a clown. Yeah. Yeah, I got my salt. So now I just got to get fishing up so that I can actually get those starfish. And then we can start making this other food thing that doesn't even require salt. We'll probably still keep getting salt. But we won't require it. Which means we can build up. And that'll be really good. Because then in the future, if we're doing something where we need some salt, I think I just need 3 of these. So we're not even going to do all of them that we can. We'll come over here. We'll get 3 of these with the Belforet bass. And that takes us to level 15 sous chef. And now we have the ability to make the Aurora seafood platter, which I apparently have favorited. That's definitely something I should be doing more of, is favoriting these. Healing received, Amatoy healing, plus 50%. Those are both actually pretty decent. Oh, wow. Oh, no, never mind. Those require salt. What other things did we just get access to? Is this a level 15? Maybe?
When it comes to cooking, it's the ingredients that decide the outcome.
A Dawn Crab Platter. Evasion, skill damage resistance, CC resistance. Wow, that's a really good. Really good one. Damn. What I would like is CC resistance and endurance. That's what I would like. Of course, never mind. Can't use foods in the stupid battlegrounds. That makes my life so sad. We got so many of these that I don't need. I wish that I could trade these. Because I don't need skill damage, I don't need bonus damage. Like, this is just totally useless to me. It was just the best, easiest thing to make for my levels. Alright. We in. So in this one, we just go and we run through everything. And we go to get these pumpkin heads in here. So you just get these pumpkins off the ground, and then they'll pop up enemies and you kill them. And you go deliver the pumpkins to the person. You might not even have to kill everything. I don't even know. Yeah, it looks like everybody else left without us. Away we go.
The wagon's stopping. You need more pumpkins. Ting.
Alright, then we go in here. We get more pumpkins. Okay. They probably have all the pumpkins we need. And away we go. On a flying pumpkin. That guesstimate person is like hanging out on the wheel. Oh shit. I like knock that dude off. Yeah, I can. That's pretty funny. I wonder if I could do that same thing to this guy. Nope, doesn't look like it. This next part is a huge pain in the ass because you have to like hide in the little cubbies in the wall to get away from this dude. Oof. Almost didn't make it just then. Oh, oh. Alright, maybe one of these dudes will make it. I'm just gonna wait to respawn until they get the respawn point. Yeah, there they go. Perfect. Good job, friends. Now it's just a good old-fashioned tank and spank. Hey, nice. We got them all in there. That was good stuff. Good job, everyone. Alright, we turn into flies. Nice. Good job, Kalon. Way to get through all that stuff.
Please visit my art show later.
And now we have 30 more of those little pumpkin things to spend. Thanks for teaming with me. I appreciate it. So what do we want? We can get all 20 of these right now. We can get all 20 of these right now. Yeah, I'm probably about to do the exact same thing, actually. I'm pretty hungry. Let's get the growth stones. Because I could use some more growth stones. And then we can go on in here to equipment enchanting. And we can enchant up this body armor a little. See if we can't get to level 9 here. You sucky piece of shit. How annoying. I guess that is something we need to go into, though, is into our sync. We need to get everything that we've got that's level 12. We've got our boots, we've got our gloves. I think our helmet is not. Okay, so that's the only two things. Then we've got a ring. So let's go ahead and put our ring in the sink. Man, it's crazy. How much more I can do to my character. I mean, my gear score can get massive. I'm only at 64, 62. We've still got 1,500 left. I think we could probably get up to 8,000. I think that's probably the peak. That's crazy. We just have so far to go. Let's look at our weapon mastery real quick, too. Nice, we had just enough to get that up to 20. Oh no. We need 90 of these ores to unlock this skill up here. I don't have nearly enough. Okay, well, we'll just have to work towards that. These ores are freaking like everything. We got 120 and 110. Overall skill mastery levels 247. Oh, that's interesting. Because I do have some levels on some other stuff. Like, I wish I could de-level this. Oh, did I get invited to another fucking guild? I hate you. I hate all of you.
Take a gander before you head off on your adventure.
I don't want to join a guild. All right, it's definitely food time, so I'm going to take a couple minutes here. I'm going to go make myself a little something something. And then I'll be right back. Alrighty then.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've
Got my food. I'm actually going to go over here to this other computer. And I'm going to see about turning on my Call of Dragons here. And I'm going to play Throne and Liberty and play Call of Dragons while I stream. Because I'm feeling a little understimulated.
find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
I need more data flowing into my brain.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it
Alrighty then.
to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Why does this weapon mastery thing have some indicator for me? Like there's a thing that I need to be doing. I don't like it. Oh, because I have mastery points. That doesn't actually make any sense. I have an even number of masteries, right? Everything is at 10. So how do I have 2 remaining points? Because that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Oh, because this one's not maxed.
Longer than you care to admit. You've likely found the right one.
Wowza. Skill damage resistance and cooldown speed not maxed. Oh, and then I get both of these. Wow, okay. Those 2 points were like super strong. Increased all CC resistance by 150 and damage reduction by 15, but decreased main weapon base damage by 25 when using counter barrier or stalwart bastion. Successful collision from strategic rush, fierce clash, desperate clash has an 80% chance to decrease all the target's defenses by 250 for 5 seconds. However, the user's mana cost for those skills increases by 100%. Yes, please. Thank you, Weapon Mastery thing, for giving me the little annoying red dot and forcing me to go through and figure out what the fuck was wrong. Because those two things are way too powerful. We needed those so freaking bad. All right. What do we need to do next? What is this? Okay, so I need to complete 3 more of these weekly missions as well. I would use these, but I can't. Which would also give me this. So that'd be 2 of them. And then I just need to do one of these other things like the Lawless Wilds or the Hall of Illusion, or just do 3v or 6v6 arenas. I don't know. But we definitely want to complete the weekly missions. For sure. Sorry, my Call of Dragons finally like started up. So I'm going to go in there and I'm going to start some marches going off and gathering up some resources real quick. And then we'll get back into some Throne and Liberty. It just feels like such a waste to be sitting here at my computer and not at least running some marches to go do some gathering and stuff with that. Especially since I'm playing the game free to play. It just seems silly not to get it going. Not to, you know, trigger some crafting on some more units and just bump my power a little bit, you know? pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. Hopefully my guild doesn't get it in their head that I'm like actually online and then get mad at me for not like joining in on stuff. I don't think they will. They seem like pretty chill peeps. Just go after the basic resources, a little wood, a little coin, and a little stone. That should be good. And we'll just put it in the background. If anything comes up, perfect. All right, it is just 2 minutes until the boss pops here, so let's go ahead and pick a boss. The fell tree is Cordy, which we need to do anyway, right? Because you have to get the bow, yeah, before you can upgrade it. So we might as well go do this one. I think he's an arc boss, right? It doesn't say he's an arch boss, but I'm pretty sure he's an arch boss. Or maybe not. Still worth doing. Kaylon, I'm going to go up and register for this Cordy boss fight. Do you want me to invite you to the party so that you can be registered as well without having to come over here? All right. Can't believe we've already been on for about 4 hours. It's crazy. I feel like it has been a pretty productive day, even though the battlegrounds were kind of a total bust. Do I not have my Amatoys doing anything right now? Whoops. What a dumbass. Do I have anything sold? Nope. I'm pretty sure I still have the lowest price on these. Yeah, lowest price there. Lowest price there. I don't know about these extractions. I guess we can sort of check. Oh, somebody pushed the price way down. That's not good. Probably not going to end up getting to sell these then. They are melee endurance on gloves, so I can use these. Because I still haven't started my glove yet, so not terrible. That is a pretty big waste of 50 extraction stones if I'm not going to be able to get that sold. Which is a big old bummer. That's another thing that I'm pretty excited about for furniture and cooking, is that those things don't have... Well, I guess they do. They've got... Never mind. The cooking doesn't, but I guess the furniture making does require those acids or whatever, the reagents. Oh shit. Time to fight the big ugly tree. Come on, you little fucker. Get out here so I can beat on you a little bit. Get out here so I can beat on you a little bit. I fucked up, ladies and gentlemen. I was too close, and when the boss spawned, I died. That is freaking hilarious. Stop smashing me. How rude. Okay, I switched sides and then he started smashing that side. They're after me. They're after you? Let me out. Let me out. Pretty please, let me out. You have no right to shut me in. No, the boss is over. Alright, y'all ready? I got the Cordy crossbow. We're gonna go over there. My crossbow is just gonna be chilling on the ground. Ready? Nope. That was really unfortunate. Okay. Give me something good. Why does this game hate me? All I do is love you, game. And all you do is shit on my life. I just can't take it anymore. I'm over here streaming you to 4 whole people. So there are 4 whole other people that will potentially spend time playing you. And you won't give me any good stuff. I feel like I'm holding up my part of the bargain, you know?
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
All right. Well, we need to level up our fishing. 3 more levels. Which is a lot. And it's going to take a lot. Oh, I got a mail. Join our guild. Eat my dick. That might help a bit with party invite, gameplay, content, party, exchanges, but say what now? In settings, gameplay, content. Party. Auto team party matchmaking upon joining dynamic event. Reject exchangers party, reject PvP zone parties. Well, so I don't want to it's guilds that are getting me annoyed. Because it's people constantly inviting me to guilds. I don't mind being able to join parties. And I don't mind, you know, if me and another person are like out doing the same thing next to each other. And they invite me to a party, that's fine. I just don't like getting invited to random guilds every fucking half a second. Especially when it's the same guild all the time. There's a couple of guilds that are recruiting really hard. Probably their guild leaders came back recently, or guild leadership switched because the original leaders quit. And whoever's in charge of them right now want to grow the guilds. And if there was an auto reject for guilds, then I would totally activate it. But I couldn't find one when I looked before. Which honestly makes me kind of confused. Like, you put in an auto reject for parties, but not for guilds. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I could just create one, but I don't think that that's going to have any value for me. I did see somebody selling a guild earlier, level 30 guild. So it's potentially a lucent making opportunity for me. I could make a guild. Actually, let's just look into that. Let's make a guild and then level it up and then sell it for lucent. It only costs 30,000 to create a guild. Let's definitely get a turtle. But it's subcolor. There we go. White and yellow, just like me. Do we want or scorpion? Or kind of like this one, but I don't like the white and yellow on that one. I'll like it on that. I mean, it's better to stay in a guild that has that does like guild bosses and stuff. Because I'm not going to be doing guild bosses because I'll just be in here by myself. Whoops. So you want to find a guild that actually does guild bosses and shit, because you can get rewards from that. And that's just better. But I don't like other people. Let's see, what's a good guild name? Because you don't want it to just be random stuff. How about epic proportions? Or how about epic associations? Nope. Epic aristocrats. Okay, all of the words that I want to use are too long. Epic abundance. Don't ask me why I want it to be EA. But epic abundance sounds, or epic with an A something sounds good. Epic. Epic Dominion. Sure. Let's create the Epic Dominion Guild. Yeah, you'll be way better off if you wildkin humanoid defeat various monsters. If you join a guild that actually does guild bosses and stuff like that, Kalon. Also, I don't want to share any of my sweet, sweet coinage when I get this leveled up and sell it. It's mine. The higher the level, the more required from guild contracts to level up, so it would def take a long time. Yeah, I figure it probably will. But it might just be if it's something that just happens naturally, right? Like I'll be doing stuff and I'll naturally complete contracts and different stuff like that. And so even if it takes a really, really long time, if I have no intention of joining another guild, then even if it takes years, if I can eventually sell it for Lucent, then that's a bonus. If I don't ever have to intentionally spend time completing those contracts, and I can just do them doing whatever I normally do, then the Lucent is literally free if I can ultimately sell it. Even if it's only 0.01 per hour. That's Lucent that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So. And maybe I never end up getting there. It's entirely possible. But that's fine. And like Kalon said, maybe it'll keep people from trying to invite me to stupid guilds. Whoops. What's honestly kind of making me angry now is that I bet there are people who are... Oops. I bet there are people who are inviting people to random guilds who are attempting to level up guilds and then sell them. And so they're probably inviting randoms, letting those randoms do the contracts, try to donate to the guild, be a part of the guild and all that stuff. And the ultimate goal is just to get rid of the guild. I bet you there's more than one person doing that. And just thinking that makes me very angry. Although that wouldn't be a terrible thing to do. I mean, if you had a little group and y'all just kept making guilds and selling them and making guilds and selling them, sharing the profits with each other, probably be a pretty good little idea. I mean, I don't know what the guild market is like on here. All I did was see one person offering to sell one time. So it's possible it's not even really a thing. That people don't even really buy them. But it could be something. So I've got this character. if I get this guild leveled up before like the next big patch, it could be something that has some value during patch times. So I'll probably try and get my other character into the guild. And I actually need to go ahead and turn off people's ability to join. Let's go in there and do that. Because I don't want people to join and manage. Members. Oh, joining approval. Approval. Perfect. That is what I want. So many fishies. I'm getting a lot more green fishes now. I think I hit some sort of a threshold on fishing levels. But I'm about to run out of bait. I don't want to run out of bait. I wish this person right here was a merchant and that they sold bait. That would make me very happy. I guess I can't always go buy bait, but before I worry about doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and go see about picking some vegetables to see if I can get some of those vegetables that I need. The green onions or whatever. For that food that I want to make when I can start catching the stars. Where's the best place to go pick veggies at? There's definitely veggies over here in the Goldenrye pastures, but I don't necessarily think that's the best place to pick them at because, you know, other people. If I recall correctly, running around out here where the werewolves are, there's actually some veggies and stuff to get. I know there's wood out there. Or at least there was before they changed the gathering system. But if I recall correctly, there's veggies out here too. You know what? Let's just zoom it in. Is there even a symbol for the veggies? Yeah, I don't even think there's a symbol for the veggies when there's lots of them. I don't think they added that. Whatever. We'll just run around and we'll see if we can't find some. You see the indicator on the mini map from pretty far away, it seems like, so. Got lots of rocks up here. You know, I don't think I've ever been back here with all these orcs. There's no quest or anything that ever takes you back to this big flat area, I don't think. Just a whole huge, massive, unused portion of the map that's just got some orcs in it. That's kind of weird. No plant life out here. Not that I can harvest anyway. Okay, dude. Just jump up the spine of the mountain here. Hmm. I think I may have been mistaken. I don't think there's any veggies to grab out here. Bummer. Where's another spot where we might get some veggies? Guess it's possible up here in the forest. Possible up here in this forest. Let's go up into this forest and let's see. Looking for veggies. Oh, right. I remember where this is. There's a veggie. Right? Like I'm standing on top of it. There it is. That was tough to see. Says veggie up. Must be above. Man, if it wasn't for these mini maps telling me exactly where this thing was, I would never have found these two veggies. They are basically invisible in all the mess around here. We're just going to look around. We're going to see how many we can find and where. There doesn't seem to be a big abundance. It's just kind of a random mattering. I don't know if there are other people out here maybe gathering up some. And that's why I'm not seeing very many. Couple over here though, nice. It definitely seems like this is a region I could just run around and find them in. Not that I'm aware of, Kalon. I'm pretty sure it's just a flex. But people love that shit, so it's definitely valuable to make the chairs and stuff or the furniture because of how much of a slog it is to level up all of the refinings, and because you're limited to how much refining you can do in a day because it's time gated. It's going to be a long time before everybody who wants to really fill out their everybody who really wants to fill out their houses is going to have all the stuff that they want to fill out their houses with. And especially as new, there's a couple of new furnishings that are coming out with a patch coming up soon. And so people are going to be really into those new furnishings and stuff every time they come out. They're going to update their houses and stuff like that. So while there isn't a benefit to your character, I think it is beneficial to go ahead and level that stuff up. And then even if you don't make stuff, so a lot of the barrier to how much furniture you can make is time gated, but it's time gated because of like making the resources or getting some of the resources. It's not time gated in that you can only make so much a week. So you could save up, right? As long as you did all of your refining and got all of your patterns and stuff like that, you could save up until there was a good thing to make and then just make a bunch of that. Hiro Tichi, I'm currently working on housing 7K more points to get a larger house. I've been making lucent from it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. It is definitely a good way to make money. Also, you will get a lot of, like Hirotochi is talking about. I'm just going to call you Hiro because that's easier than butchering your name every time I say it. But like Hiro is talking about, because you only get about a 10% chance to get an extra one to get a great success that you can sell. It's like the cooking system in that way. So while you're making a bunch of stuff to try and sell and make a little currency, you're also going to be getting a lot of those items for yourself. And so you'll be able to build up and get a bigger house, and you'll just have a bunch of extra stuff to furnish your house with. So if you do feel like doing it, it is absolutely a good way to also make currency on top of that. And cooking is very much the same way. Level 15 furniture and gathering, nice. I just started a couple of days ago on a lot of mine. So a lot of my gatherings, I can get all the blue gatherings, but my refinings are low and my furniture's a little low. But I'm kind of working on that as I go right now. And I'm also working on getting up my food, my cooking. Okay, I know there's a plant right down in here. Ah, there it is. Good job on getting to level 15 furnishing, though. Goodness. I also see that they have in the drop-down menu for Furniture Crafting Hero, they have epic furniture on there as one of the things that you can sort for, but there is no epic furniture right now. So I'm pretty excited for whatever patch is going to that. It's going to be better tomorrow when we're able to dissolve uncommon materials to common materials. And they're upping how much you get per node once you get to 15. Oh shit, no way. No freaking way. That is awesome. Will you be able to go backwards from rare to uncommon as well? So I could just go farm blues all the time? Yeah, okay, cool. That's good information to know. I read over some of that patch notes. I'm not actually happy with some of what I read because it looks like they're going to be gating the battlegrounds and specifically the I got a notice, but it didn't tell me what happened. I assume that was you following though. Yeah, Hero? There he goes. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, I left one behind. But it looks like they're going to be gating your access to the battlegrounds like they were planning on. So that you can only join during certain times. Although it does look like they're going to be making the ranked mode solo instead of group. So instead of making it where you have to join with a group of 6, I think they're going to make it where you can only join solo for the ranked battlegrounds, if I'm not mistaken. I wouldn't call it gating normal, but making it more accessible. I mean, how is gating? Well, so ranked mode is only going to be on the weekends, but in the same paragraph, it also said that normal was going to get gated to prime time. is what it looked like. And I know that was their intention before, was to do that, and they changed their mind because there was quite a bit of backlash. But it looks like they're going back and going to go ahead and do it anyway. But I think that's a terrible idea. And I will be fairly annoyed if they do it. Because to me, the Battlegrounds is like the content to do when I've done all my other stuff. When I'm out of all my tokens and all that shit, I just want to be able to do Battlegrounds. You can still queue normal, and this time, if there's not enough players, it'll switch to 18 versus 18, lowering the win conditions to make it faster. Yeah, so I like that idea. I like the idea of making it only 18 versus 18. As things stand right now, I don't think that's going to really become an issue. Maybe in some of the other regions, but I play in US East. So, and I don't play on the Hyper Boost. So we get super fast queue times for the Battlegrounds. The only thing that I see that could potentially kill that is the Battlegrounds right now are super broken because of the spawn camping. And so if they don't come up with some way to fix the spawn camping, we're going to see a lot fewer people playing Battlegrounds, I'm sure. Because that shit's dumb. And it makes me not want to play it. But they're mostly moving in some positive directions, so I'm pretty happy with the way things are changing in this game over the last year. And I've definitely been enjoying my recent playtime. Except I can't find any of these freaking gatherables. They've fixed where daggers won't be able to jump into the spawn. So that's great. But they also need to stop having a choke point like right outside of spawn. Because that only helps. So, and we've talked about this before on the channel, Hero, but I'm going to talk about it again. One of the things that has always been a problem for those types of Battlegrounds modes, and specifically this has been a big thing in FPS games, is spawn camping. Because it's very hard to coordinate with a random group of people to all spawn at the same time. And so when you have random groups like that, you have to protect the spawn. And you have to protect spawning players. Because what happens is if I get my whole team grouped up at your spawn point, but your team doesn't have any form of good communication where you can coordinate your respawn, then that just means that you're constantly trickling in and having disadvantageous fights where, you know, maybe there's only 4 or 5 of you versus the 24 of us. And you can't ever win that, and you can't ever make any progress in that way. And it becomes literally impossible to escape the spawn. And so there have been a few things that first-person shooter games have done in an effort to mitigate that over the decades that they've had this problem. And that is spawn switching. So in kill modes, you know, your team eventually kind of pushes into the other team's spawn. And when that happens, the spawns swap. So that you start spawning where your opponent was spawning, and now your opponent is spawning where you spawned. And so they can't maintain a camp on you because you're constantly sort of flipping sides. I don't think that would really work in Battlegrounds, but it is one option. A couple of the other options are things like having multiple escapes, or you know, like obscured escapes or something like that. So specifically for Throne and Liberty, for their Battlegrounds, I think the thing that they need to do is they need to raise the height of the spawn points so that you can fly farther, right? Because you have your morph. So I think you need to be able to fly further. I would say even all the way out to half field in the battleground. And then they need to, instead of just having one singular exit point, just that whole back wall on each side needs to be an exit. And as soon as you do that, there's no more spawn camping because there's too much ground to cover. And there's too much ability for people to fly in all sorts of different directions and go all sorts of different places. And you just can't camp that much space with only 24 people. And so you immediately completely get rid of spawn camping. I've been on both sides of the conversation. However, raising the height doesn't help because the game doesn't see the z-axis. Well, so the reason raising the height helps is that it allows you to fly further in your flight morph. And so it creates more area that your enemy team has to cover in order to be able to kill you all the time. And then if they also broaden the exit of the spawn to where it's that entire side, then they have to cover everything horizontally and depth. So you can come out of anywhere and you can fly all the way to half field. And so there's just no way to camp all of that. It literally is impossible. I also believe that it's a huge problem with the players. There's no reason to get stuck in spawn. One of the things that happens that causes... Why am I getting stunned so much? Oh my god. One of the things that causes teams to get stuck in the spawn like that is that everybody just keeps fighting over that ×2. Times in Nebula has shown me that range can snipe you from the ground. Or chain pull you, dagger teleports to you in the air, do your combo, knock you off morph and fall. I mean, if that's a problem, then that's just another issue that needs to be solved. Because you definitely can't have that either. And I was unaware of that. I don't play a ranged character. So I basically never ranged attack anybody or even attack people in Battlegrounds because I just run around capping points. It is also a player problem, though, because people get really, really focused on that main objective right outside of their spawn, but it's only a ×2 multiplier, and so there's no value in fighting over it because it's the lowest multiplier on the map. And so I understand that the time to kill in this game is really fast, and it can be hard to try and get past that embargo, but you have to. You just have to stop fighting and just try and fly past the enemy and go to an objective. Because as soon as you start taking objectives, the enemy starts breaking their camp because they have to go recapture those objectives. And so absolutely it is also a player skill problem and a player understanding problem. But there's no reason that spawn camping should be the best strat. It's just bad game design. You have this super cool, fun, objective-based PvP mode, and then you turn it into just a slaughterhouse because the way you designed your map is bad. And I mean, I also think that the map needs to be larger by about 3 times because you want people to have more difficulty rotating so that there's a little more strategy involved with that. I also think that the time to kill needs to be improved because kills happen way too fast. That's been that way since early Siege. I play ranged as a scout, always at a disadvantage. I'm confused. If ranged has the ability to... Oh, you're talking about the time to kill problem. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely need to improve the time to kill. It's bad. I'm having trouble finding my portal. I don't know where this one is. Oh, look, it's blue rocks. And I found my portal. I actually should probably go ahead and farm some of these blue. Hero, since you've already done a bunch of gathering and stuff, maybe you can help me out. I was looking today at these two resources, the blue fur and the green fur. And when I looked, there's nowhere to just gather them. The blue fur says it's only in a lithograph book, which is crazy. And then the green fur, you can only get from these marsharks. But these marsharks that give you the green fur only exist during the event out here. Otherwise, they're just regular leather sharks. So I'm wondering if you know a secret other than that, other than the fact that those things are just going to be really hard to get. Is there somewhere where I can go to get those more consistently, or is it just going to be difficult? Because if that's the case, then those are going to be really good resources to sell, or really good furnitures to sell. Because they're so difficult to get. Ravagers / Shadow Dancers, Gladiators can get me in no time. Sword and Shield is rough because I commit suicide when counter barrier pops up. I did that to somebody earlier today. That is changing tomorrow in regards to the fur. That's too bad. Kind of wish that it stayed just for my own personal gain. Because I would have happily gone to those events. And, gathered those resources. Yeah, there were quite a few places to be able to get blue leather that I could see. It was specifically the fur. That it was looking like I was going to have a problem getting. But that would have been fine. That would have been great, honestly. Blue fur llama from Herba. Okay. Cool. I mean, if you can get blue fur, then you can kind of get green fur also. Because the blues almost always give a bunch of green. I mean, I'm here getting blue moonstones and mostly getting green iron. Although that's probably because I'm not quite level 15 yet with my gathering. Oh no, I am 15 with my mining. Look at that. Too strong. What server do you play on, Hero? 1 to 7 take long. Yeah, so I've kind of noticed that too. The big barrier to me, I didn't feel like gathering was really such a problem. I've done a lot of MMOs. I've got a couple of max gatherings. Well, at least I did a couple of expansions ago. Um, I had a couple of max gatherings in Final Fantasy 14. So I've spent a lot of time gathering on Snowburn. Okay. Is that also a US East? I'm over on Adrenaline. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to have to compete with you selling furniture, or if maybe you're in a different region and I won't have to deal with you. Yeah, East. Okay. Well, get ready for some competition. Coming for you. All the Lucent will belong to me. But I think the biggest problem isn't necessarily the gathering levels, it's the refining levels. That freaking time gate, on top of the fact that as you level up, you get less XP, and then also the XP you need goes up, it's pretty brutal. Most of the blue stuff at the auction house is you. Yeah, I quit playing. I wasn't actually going to come back to this game, so I came back when the new patch dropped, and I had a lot of fun. And then my older brother started playing New World, leading up to the Night Haven expansion, and he was just saying such good things about it. So when Night Haven dropped, I went ahead and moved over to New World, and I was just having the best time over there. So I wasn't going to come back to freaking Throne and Liberty. And then New World was like, oh, by the way, we're closing the game down. Get fucked. Yeah, the refining speed up scrolls. Yeah. I mean, you get some of them, and I mean, that can help a little bit. But it definitely feels like refining is the bottleneck. And then when making furniture, the bottleneck is going to be the patterns. So you can make like the really good high-end stuff. But that's also going to keep prices good, because you're only going to be able to get one decoration pattern and one one furniture pattern a week, yeah. The XP you get from higher quality furniture is more, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it'll take me too long. I figure a couple more days, and I'll probably be able to, I'll at least beat a blue tier on everything. So even if I'm not all the way up to 15, where I'm making the really good stuff, I'll at least be able to start making some blue stuff and get it up on the auction house. Make a little currency. I did sell a green chair earlier for 75 Lucent. So I was pretty excited about that. Because that green chair represents way less of my game time. Can I add friends across servers? Hirohiko? Hey, I can. Look at that. Cool. My house is nothing. I don't actually care about housing. The only reason I'm looking to get my crafting up is so I can make lucent off of it. Personally, I could give a shit less about aesthetics and stuff like that. I wouldn't even engage with the system if I didn't think I could make currency off of it. None of that stuff matters to me. My house is a barren wasteland. I've just been destroying all of the furniture that I'm making. If I can't sell it. This is a good little spot for blue metal. I have to remember it. Well, and I think a lot of people do, and I'm totally fine with development resources going into making the system better. And, you know, I like gathering systems, I like crafting systems. I like using those systems to make currency in the game. So, you know, if you keep adding new recipes, if you were to add some recipes maybe as like special drops in the raids for furniture items and stuff, and give people who are crafting a little something interesting to go get from those raids. And if you really want to spend some dev time on the housing, even though it's not something I really engage with or care about, I'm totally cool with that because, you know, it is something that a lot of people do engage with. And it can be integrated into a lot of other systems to make those other systems a lot of fun as well. So I think, you know, cosmetics are really important to MMOs because the end game is always fashion. And, you know, housing systems are important, mount systems, right? Collectible pet systems. Even though I'm not the kind of person who really cares about a lot of that stuff, they're very, very important to MMO games. And I think this game actually understands that very well because things like the Amatoys and the Morphs, not only are they collectibles, but they're collectibles with purpose because your Amatoys, you know, the more of them you own, the more little bonuses you get. Your Morphs are, you know, very slightly more powerful the more Morphs you own. And so it's not a huge power spike. So not engaging with the collectible system doesn't really hurt you as a player, but it's a small little optimization that can be super, super fun. Yeah, my Amatoy is nowhere near that. I'm like nowhere. Yeah, 22. Although I do only have 400 hours in the game. So that includes the time that I spent right after launch playing. So I haven't spent a ton of time. Honestly, that should be something that I do a little more of is go out Amatoy hunting. Yeah. Yeah, got to get that item chance up. That's probably a big part of why I have never, the entire time I've been playing this game, I've never gotten a boss drop. Because I've always played tank. And I have not ever once gotten a boss drop. And it makes me very angry. $3.5K hours? Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that's where I would be at if I had played it for the whole year instead of giving up after just a couple of weeks. It just wasn't really my game, though, when it first came out. I'm much happier with the state of the game now with the new or the new update. Much, much happier. I think the battlegrounds is probably what really does it for me. I really like that mode, really adds a lot of value and a lot of content for me. I really, really enjoy it. And so when everything else feels a little repetitive, or I feel like I don't want to do, certain parts of the game anymore right now, I can kind of always just fall back. Also, the update to the gathering and crafting system and the furniture crafting, just in the past few days, I've spent probably 15 hours in the last 3 days just running around gathering and stuff. So again, an improvement to that system has added a lot of time value for me as well. And it's definitely keeping me engaged. There used to not really be anything for me to do, or at least I didn't feel like there was anything for me to do when I was out of tokens and stuff. And so I just kind of felt aimless. Switching between 11 classes, but I hover between 4 classes at 8.1k CP. Jeez, me and my meager little 6,400 is nowhere close to that. That's crazy, dude. That's freaking crazy. Also, I don't know how you switch between 11 classes. I can barely keep my 1 class straight. If I had 11 classes I was playing, my head would explode. My head would absolutely explode. Play Fury Scout, Cavalier, Impaler mainly. Also play, well, yeah. I mean, you'd be silly not to be playing Crucifix right now. At the very least, just to make it easier to get into groups for endgame content. Who's this over here? Thinks they can come gather up my resources. Who is this over here? Thinks they can come gather up my resources. You must be out of your mind. Get it? I don't even know which one the Fury is. I don't really know the classes by their names very well, because I haven't really been keeping up over the course of the last year. There's a great spot for blue lumber right over here. This little strip right here, I think is probably awesome. I don't mind just going after one thing at a time. It's about, how tightly packed is it and how tight is the route. So, I've been doing this same route pretty consistently, and everything sort of comes back as I do it. So I don't think I could be getting much more than this right now. Furious Wand crossbow, okay. Got it. But yeah, I don't think I could be getting much more per time than this right here. I'm sure there's probably an area that doesn't require all these jumps and stuff. But Try the strip in Quintus Denise with the goblins. It has blue trees and blue moonstone. No kidding. The strip in Quintus. Do you mean right here? Or over here? Let's go over there and look. I assume there's little indication. Oh, there's a foraging spot. Ooh, 2 special fishing spots there right now. I don't see the little indicator on the map here. That's interesting. With the goblins. Where's the goblins at? Ooh, I see good forage. Okay. Let me find Of course, I could probably just stand here with my map open. Give me like lefts and rights and stuff like that. Go right. Oh, I see it. I see it.
Really killing me.
I wonder how popular it is on my server. I wonder if there'll be people over here, because that's kind of the other thing I look for, is trying to find places that other people aren't. Somebody eclipsed. Because if you're going to have, even if a place is really, really loaded, if you have too much competition, then all of that value doesn't really mean much. Yeah, I definitely think that gathering is much less on people's minds in this game than in basically every other MMO I've played. I think food is that way too. I think cooking, people are pretty lazy on, which is why I've decided to try and put some real effort in them, because I was doing the same thing. I was being super lazy about it, and I hadn't really gotten into it at all. Okay, well, this is not the best way to come about this. This might actually be the best path to take to get over here. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think people aren't really paying attention to the gathering and crafting system in this game right now. Yeah, it looked like the path was probably the best way to go. I think you're right. I just like to off-road sometimes. I'm a big climb the side of the mountain kind of a person. In real life and in video games, I very much like to just climb the side of mountains. As far out as this is, though, from the path, or from any of the teleports, I could definitely see people not coming out here to find that it's a good spot. Yeah, I saw that one. I saw that spot for soil. I haven't really gotten there with the clay yet. I figured that glass was going to be one of the better ones to have a stockpile of, because I figured people would like the furnitures with the glass. Because people just tend to like things with glass on them, display cases and stuff like that. And when I saw that you had to go down into the dungeons to find gather points for a lot of those, I figured that was probably going to be one of the ones that people just kind of didn't do because it was obnoxious. And so I haven't really done any clay stuff. Oh, it's like in the mountain, not on the mountain. Oh, no, it is on the mountain. Okay. I'm really excited that you just told me that I'm going to be able to dissolve higher tiers for lower tiers, though. Because all of my gatherings are high enough that I can get the blue tier, where I can gather the blue tier resources. So I was really concerned that I was going to have to spend a lot of time gathering up grays because you have to have the lower tiers to refine up. The other thing that I was interested in was that I did see that there is a great success possibility. Um, there is a great success possibility for refining that said that the resource would be sellable, but that hasn't been true yet. And I haven't been able to find where you could buy any of the crafted resources. Oh, nice. All these goblins are yellow too, so they won't even chase me around trying to kill me. Well, most of them are. Yeah, this is great. Yo, this is a really good spot. Okay, so that's changing tomorrow as well. Is you're going to be able to sell them. Because that's going to be huge for making currency. Because you're limited by the really high quality furniture you can make. Because you have to have those, the patterns or whatever. And so there's only so much of the really, really high quality furniture that you can make in a given time. So being able to sell, instead of making the lower tier furniture that just requires the reagent, being able to sell some more refined stuff is going to be worth a lot. Oh, he can drop noble crystals? Yo, that's good to know. I probably won't fight him. I'm sure I could take him. But because I'm a tank, my DPS is trash. And my tank is probably way more than I need for that guy. So a lot of the value of my stats is just wasted because I have so much tank and I'm sure he can't really do anything to me. when I get up there, I'll do like you and I'll have a couple of builds probably. One that's a little more DPS focused and can be used for some solo stuff, but I'm really focused on just the hardcore endurance tank right now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't do any damage. I'm not like one of those greatsword tanks that's impossible to kill and also will one-shot you. Because I use orb. So I'm sword shield orb. But I am pretty fucking difficult to kill. Even at 6,400, I'm pretty difficult to kill. I go over to the 1v1 arena thing in Herba sometimes, and I just go in there and people just come and attack me. And I'll just stand there and heal myself and shield myself, and they won't make any progress until they give up and walk out. It's pretty entertaining. Yo, this is such a good spot. Holy crap. Especially for wood. There's quite a bit of the iron, but there's definitely more wood. At least more wood that's more readily available. My scout is 2.2k hit, 3.2k trip defense, 2.1k range crit. So I'm at So my ranged endurance is almost 3k. All of my defenses, I got 36, 37, 31. I don't have good heavy attack evasion. And then my weaken resist is garbage. You would kick my ass with that. But because I play mostly BGs for PvP, what I'm looking for is to get the collision and stun resist up so that I can't be kicked off of points while I'm trying to gather them up. Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff. I'm still rocking primarily my bullshit gear that I got for free. But we're making some slow progress. I've got my 4 bonus for my Juggernaut set, which makes me happy. But I don't even have those all the way up to level 12 yet. But we're going to get there. Yeah, there's some other nerd here now. Who's this asshole? My resources. No, nobody else allowed. This might be the rest of my day right here, honestly. So because I'm going to be able to turn these these higher tiers into lower tiers, I might just like stock way the fuck up today for like the rest of the day. And just go ham on it. And that way tomorrow I'll be able to just do whatever. Something else I noticed, and maybe this is something they also just haven't added yet. But when I look, you can actually see it right here. So when you look in here, you've only got these 4 slots, but there's these 2 other potential slots out here. And I didn't see any way to gain access to those 2 refining slots. Did you see anything? They're adding those tomorrow? Sweet. I guess I should have read the fucking patch notes closer. Because I skimmed, but I have to hit level 15 to unlock them? Okay. I can do that. I can definitely do that. Global patch notes doesn't really get into detail, however the Korean patch notes does. Yeah, I don't speak Korean. I'm from the United States. The only language I speak is English. Although, unlike most other people from the US, I'm not super proud of that fact. In fact, it is probably my greatest shame, although it's unlikely that Korean would have been a language I chose. Yeah, the translated version's a little hard to read because they call things different stuff. Like the battlegrounds isn't called the battlegrounds, it's called the battlefield. I think what I was looking at was a translated version. But I skimmed it really quick and I didn't see anything about the housing and gathering system as I was skimming, so I didn't stop. But sometimes stuff gets lost in translation, you know? No shit, I do use Google Chrome. Maybe I was looking at the Korean update notes and it was just being auto-translated. I was not aware of that. Was not aware. Sometimes I'm just oblivious as I go through life. Let's see what it would take for me to kill this dude. How many hit points you got? Yeah, that's not worth the time. Nope. Great feeling to tag people with my crossbows from 30 meters away. What's the regular range on the crossbow? Oh, we are all the way topped out on level 15 on mining. Okay. 14. Oh, damn. So you over doubled it. That's crazy. Good for you. Sounds like you got a good little build going on. Sounds like you got a good little build going on. That's awesome. The only thing that I wish about this game was that it was easier to get multiple builds going. I'm glad that they're going to be adding the sync for the heroic. I mean, of course, absolutely. But you should fold like paper. You're a ranged DPS. If you were tanky and DPSy, that wouldn't be fair. I did see that they were adding the heroic sync as well with the patch. I believe tonight's patch is adding the heroic sync. Which is super dope. Not that that's really going to have an impact on my gameplay right now, because I don't even have any of my heroics. I haven't even beaten the normal version of the raid yet. But have multiple builds, just concentrate on one class. As you get gear, you can start building. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's a big part of the drive for me to do this furniture stuff too, is this is a path to Lucent, and getting more Lucent just makes it easier to get more builds going. I would like to get myself some sort of a melee DPS thing. I was thinking Greatsword Dagger could probably be fun, or even a DPS build with the sword and shield could probably be fun. My heroics are full traded, so for weapon, my crossbow's level 12. Going to anchor it so I can sync the levels of my heroic spear and orb. Yeah. So do you know? So when we go into the normal syncing system, it's based on slot, which won't really have a negative effect on weapon syncing. But are they going to add? Are they going to add like 3 new sync slots? So like heroic weapon, heroic armor, heroic accessory, or is it going to be the same sync slots here? So you put your heroic in here, and then you could do either epic 3s or the heroics synced to it. The same sync. Okay, see, that's really bad, because one of the things about the heroics is that the different heroic slots are sort of focused on different things. So like the chest might be good for tanking, but then the legs are probably good for, like a DPS, and then the gloves might be good for a range DPS or something like that. So if you're not able to just use like generic armor, then having multiple builds that do different things is probably not going to work very well. Unless you can sync a heroic to an epic 3. If you can do that, then that's totally fine. But I don't think that's the way it goes. Get off my resources, nerd. This is my house. Yeah, I don't think that's a good implementation of that. I think they should have just used generic, hey, level 13 woodcutter. I think they should have just used generic armor, generic accessory. So that way you could sync, because you only get 4 sync slots, right? So then you could have gotten, you sync your chest, your gloves, your boots, whatever for your different builds. Can't take her a level 12 epic 3 to sync a heroic. Yeah, that sucks. That's definitely the wrong way to implement that, but oh well. You growth stoned all of your equipment? That's crazy. Or you mean you have them all unlocked? probably have enough growth stones to go ahead and unlock a couple, but since I haven't really been using them, it doesn't really. Oh, I didn't realize they were 8.5 million Solent. Jesus, that's expensive. If you have a level 12 heroic, you can anchor that. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me, but I kind of wish it was the other way around too. Yeah, I knew that they were locked. When you said open, I thought you meant that you had all of your gear growth stoned, so you weren't even using any of your sync slots right now. And I was like super surprised, but I get it. That's a lot of Solent right there. That's a big time investment. Yo, this dude needs to get out of my life. I think he's just up here killing this boss. First Fortune's Calling event. I don't know what that is. I actually think I missed that. Was that the event that just happened? Over the course of the last couple of weeks? Because I'm pretty sure I missed that. Because I was playing New World. Oh, okay, so they haven't had another one recently. Because I know there was a big event just the last couple of weeks. Or a battle pass or something to help with the heroics. And I missed it because I was... Second one happened a month ago? Okay. So it must have happened right before I started playing again. So there probably won't be another one for another, like, year. That's too bad. Oh well. I definitely feel like I know a lot more about the game this time around, even though I've only been playing for a couple of weeks. And I played for a couple of weeks when the game first came out. I don't really feel like I knew very much about the game before. I feel like my knowledge has increased much, much faster this time around. I don't want them to do another heroic battle pass or another mastery battle pass. Mastery battle pass would be dope. Would definitely be a huge boon to those of us who came back with the new expansion. Because my masteries, I only have... My sword is 120, my orb is 110. So I'm still 170 mastery levels short, which is killing. I mean, that's almost 600 CP. So I would almost be up over 7,000 if all my mastery was up. My runes are in the same spot. My runes are, like, the highest rune I have is level 74 or something. So I've got a lot of sort of wasted or unobtained, unrealized, there you go, unrealized combat power there. After you complete the battle pass, instead of star crystals for the battle pass, you get 100k mastery points. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I mean, I do like the battle star points. And I definitely think that the battle passes are one of the best possible uses for your Lucent. So I do like that system. I need to get me some Lucent. Go ahead and buy that Laslan's and that other battle pass. They've got some stuff in there I want to get. Especially Laslan's. You know, it's expensive, but it's lasting so long. I really want to get some of the skins and stuff for the weapons. I think that'll be fun. More gathering. Need to focus up on the trees. Get myself to level 15 on the trees here. It'd be super cool if I could get to level 15 on all of them today. Getting to level 15 on the fur gathering is going to be a little obnoxious. Because I gotta go probably do leather to do that. Oh no, that's right, you said there's a goat in Urba. That'll be where we go. Or a llama, not a goat, llama. Watch out, they spit. How close are we to... Not very. Actually, I think, well... Since I don't necessarily need the mining anymore, and while I think this spot is better overall if you're wanting both of them, I actually think this spot over here by Birkin is better if you only want the trees. So I'm going to go try getting trees over here by Birkin to try and get to 15 a little faster on my logging. Just because I've never really tried this spot, and I want to give it a little go. And then we'll go see about the llama. See if we can't level up our fur gathering while we wait for the next world boss to pop here in an hour and 15 minutes. All right, let's see. What are we looking at? How well did we do? We got 60 of each of those. That's nice. Ooh, we're up to 1,000 of the iron ores. That's real nice. All right. Blue trees. I think I went about this the wrong way. I think I need to go down one side and then back up the other. Because otherwise I'm going to have to run all the way back to the beginning. Yeah. So we'll go down this left side. And then we'll come, or down this right side, and then we'll come up this left side. It'll work itself out here in a minute. Because I think there's enough gatherables that they should pretty much all respawn as I go here. The big issue is just getting them on a good timer. Get that level 14. Okay, we're going to wait for just a little while for some respawns to happen so I can try and get this in a good spot so I can go down one side, up the other, and see if it's just a constant loop or if there's a hiccup in it. Because it feels like it should just be a constant loop. Feels like there's enough resources. This barren spot on this right side near the water is a little annoying, but I think it's okay. But it seems like everything is back now. And then we go up this other side. And hopefully everything comes back. Looks like there might be a little hiccup. There's the first one. Then we've got this kind of long stretch here. And it should be right here, I think. Okay, so there's a little hiccup. It's not quite a perfect loop. That's too bad. Maybe there's some more. Yeah, okay, so there is one more down below here that I missed last time. I wonder if there are any more. I don't see any on the mini-map. There's just a small amount of variability in the respawn times on these. And it looks like that variability is just a little too much. Looks like we're not quite getting a good loop here. Which is too bad. Okay, well, I have to go ahead and reset my GeForce Now session right now anyway. and I need to stop and use the restroom. So we're going to put you all on the Be Back Soon screen here for just a minute. And then I'm going to log out of the game and re-up this little here. And while it's loading in, I'll go use the restroom. And then we'll get back at it. We got about another hour or so of game time. We're going to get that last boss in of the day, which will be our third boss. And that'll put us right at about 7 hours of stream. And then we'll probably call it. And then I'll spend some more time running around gathering shit. Watching TV and stuff. All right, it's loading in, so I'll be right back. All right, we back. Except, let's go ahead and take y'all off this Be Back Soon screen. Boom shakalaka. All right, let's go into our Amatoy house real quick. See if we can't get ourselves some salt here. Gimme that salt. No! Why do you suck? Give me the salt. Telling you, this game just in general fucking hates me. It's like, oh, there's something that would make you happy? Cool. Go fuck yourself. How about that? Why don't you want me to be happy, game? But the respawn on these trees is just ass. I don't like it at all. I went to the bathroom and everything, and all the trees didn't respawn. That's booty cheeks. Oh, no, there's some other nerd taking my trees. That's the problem. Get off my trees, dude. My trees. I hate this person. How close are we to level 15? We're getting there pretty quick. I'm gonna keep fighting with this person. Fuck him. You think you're a better gatherer than me? I have thousands of hours of gathering time across a dozen games. I played Ark Survival Evolved. The whole point of that game is gathering. You can't outgather me. I was forged by the fires of survival games. I've gathered in places you wouldn't dare go. Look at that. It didn't even take 10 minutes. That person bailed because they knew. They were like, oh shit, it's survival hermit. I can't outgather survival hermit. Might as well just call it quits. I am kind of starting to miss Ark. Which makes me a little sad. Because I know if I go back to that game, it's just going to make me angry. Because PvP in that game can suck it. Although I have considered maybe going to a PvE server. Like maybe even like a private PvE server. And just going to dick around and raise, you know, some creatures and make a little house and not like private as in just for me, but like go find, you know, somebody's personal public server. There's some good content creators for that game. I've always been a really big fan of Syntac. I didn't even notice actually until I had started playing Ark when I was streaming, but my icon is a lot like Syntax icon for my YouTube channel. But I didn't make my icon, my older brother did. And he's never played Ark even for 5 minutes in his entire life. And doesn't even know who Syntac is. But then I was playing Ark and I was watching some more syntax content during that time. And I realized, oh shit, my icon is like exactly like his. I thought it was pretty funny. But anyway, speaking of content creators for that game, is a lot of them have, public servers or whatever. So maybe in my off time, I might go do some of that. And then every now and then we could just like a little Arc stream or something, and I could show you all around my base and show you my dinos, and then we can come back to playing Throne or whatever MMO we happen to be playing at the time. I don't think Arc is really the kind of game that I want to spend full-time streaming on. But it's got some fun project stuff in it. But now we're level 15 in logging. So we're totally maxed out on mining. We're level 15 in logging. We need to do some fur gathering, so let's go see about some llamas. Over here in Herba Village. Let's see if we can't get some blue stuff. I can't believe I didn't think to come over to Herba Village to try and find... Can we land on this? Please let me land on this. Aww. Boring. Llamas. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely where I want to be. This is perfection. Hero, you have saved me so much pain and anguish. Thank you. Hey, there's some rare fur. What's up, what's up? Now that I know this is working, we actually need to go do some more crafting. Because I haven't gone and restarted my refinings, and I'm already only waiting, or only doing the refinings for 40 minutes out of every hour. And I should be going back in and re-upping them on a more consistent basis. But I'm trying to time it right with my other stuff. So let's see. We can do 2 more iron chests. And then we can do some quality ingots. We can claim all this, and we can do some more glass. And then we can do 4 quality cloth. And we don't have the lumber. So this is just going to have to be a thing that waits till tomorrow, probably. And we'll dissolve down some of our greens to get more grays. But this is great. This means all we have to gather from now on is the blues. And we'll just have enough extra blues and greens that we can dissolve things down. And then if we get more blues based on the higher the level we are, then that just means that being all the way maxed out on all of our gatherings is going to be meaning that we're getting the most blues we possibly can. So this is going to really streamline things for us. Even if it's a 1-to-1 exchange, even if it's 1 blue turns into 1 green turns into 1 gray, which I don't imagine it will be. That's still a really positive change for gathering. If it's 1-to-2, then it'll be awesome. And if it's anything greater than that, then it might be excessive, but that's fine. I don't mind excessive. Especially when it's going to help me, potentially, make more lucent. Speaking of which, have any of my things sold in my auction house? Does not appear so. Alright, we're 11. Here's hoping we can get all the way to 15 by the time the next hour hits and we have to go fight that other boss. That'd be pretty great. It takes 500. I'm getting 20 each time. So that's 25 gathers, 27 gathers. Pious. Oh, you're just a dipshit. Got it. Fucking bots, dude. I freaking hate bots. Literally freaking hate them. Let me take your fur. Yoink. Yoink. Llama. Llama, llama, llama. Hey, level 12. Nice. This goes too fast. Last time it was 27. Now we need 616. So that's 31 pulls. That's not really very many at all. You get 2 or 3 off of each of these. At least, if not 5 or 6. I also actually really like the sound that wink that you get from picking these because there's no sound that would normally go with shearing a sheep or whatever other than like the buzz of an electric clipper or the snip snip of a cutter or something. And so since you're just like gathering it by hand, I love that they give you that little wink sound. I kind of wish that you got the wink sound on everything when you gathered it. It would make me very happy. If that was like the gathering sound. Wink. Brewing? Llamas. Man, I've been talking too much today. My voice is rough. Goodness. Didn't drink enough water either. I only drank about a bottle. Definitely get back to drinking more water. I used to be a lot better about it. Wow, why am I getting so many of these bots? What the fuck? Get out of my life. Get out of my life. Apparently. Apparently when he said that his squad was going to pull up, I thought that that was a joke, but apparently he meant his squad of bots. Obnoxious ass motherfuckers, dude. I'm sure it's also going to be somebody trying to sell art. So it makes me feel really bad because there are a lot of people who could potentially, a lot of artists who could potentially make a decent living doing, you know, thumbnails and um, other types of marketing art and, you know, stuff for streams and stuff like that. But Twitch and now even YouTube, I've gotten some people on YouTube now who are trying to get me to buy their like AI generated bullshit art, which I don't have anything against AI art. I'm just not going to pay you to go tell an AI to give me art when I can just go tell an AI to give me art. Um, but there's so much art that needs to be made for the streaming community and the content creator community as a whole. But it's just so oversaturated with these bots getting into everybody's streams and constantly marketing and, you know, getting into Discord channels and constantly marketing. And it's just flooded with just absolute trash tier art. And it's really too bad because I'm sure it makes it extremely hard if you're just an artist who just would like to get some commissions from stuff like that. Like you can't compete. And a lot of the new streamers, you know, they specifically target really, really new or low viewer count, like small streamers. And a lot of those people don't know, and they're also pretty desperate to do something to improve the visibility and the um the growth of their stream. And so they'll spend money on that crap. And it's just a fucking plague, dude. Just a plague. The fact that Twitch doesn't find a way to do anything about it is kind of pathetic. The fact that I doubt Twitch even cares is kind of pathetic, honestly. I mean, you've literally got scammers preying on your creators who are the people who make all of your money. And you can't find a way to get those people out of the platform. Really? Everybody's always telling me, oh, you got to go get SiriBot. SiriBot will take care of that stuff. If some random was able to make a bot for Twitch that can take care of that stuff, then Twitch's chatbot, their integrated chatbot, should be able to do it. There's no reason to have to go to some third-party thing to be able to get functionality on getting rid of scammers and spammers in your chat. Like, that's just appalling. So stupid. But whatever. I just let them come do their little bullshit thing and ignore them. And as long as they don't keep trying to talk to me, then it doesn't really matter to me. The ones I really hate are the ones that come in and they like have a conversation with you, and then they ask you if they can ask you a question. And it's always, do you want me to sell you art? And so I waste all this time like having a conversation with them and trying to be nice. And, you know, there's a certain amount of mental bandwidth that you have to use to interact with a viewer. And there's only so much of that I've got, right? And then I feel like I just waste it. Talking to some friggin' reject who's just trying to scam me out of money. I hate putting effort into those people. It upsets me. I don't get those people as much anymore. Pretty much ever since I got affiliated on Twitch, they haven't really been around. But I did get one on YouTube the other day for the first time ever. And I was pretty upset about that. Because my YouTube stream has always kind of been a haven from that. A lot of the spam and scams and stuff that are so prevalent on Twitch don't really seem to exist in the YouTube live area. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's more difficult to track people down over there who are live streaming to get on and spam. Or maybe there just aren't as many people who stream on YouTube. I really don't know. But whatever it is, it's redonkulous. How close are we? I think we hit 14, right? Yeah, we've only got 500 more to go. Fuck yeah. Not even 25 more gathers and we'll be there. And then all of my gatherings, at least for these resources, will be level 15 for the new patch tomorrow. And then I gotta get my foraging up. Foraging is so hard to level. Guess we're almost level 5. That's not too bad. We did okay with that earlier. But we didn't gather any of the things that I was trying to gather, and I imagine that's because my foraging level is too low. Or maybe there's a specific thing I need to be foraging or something. I don't really know. I don't think so. I think it's just any old herb. But I probably just need to be in a higher level. But we'll get that going. And then we'll be able to make this next tier of food that I want to make in mass. And we'll level up our cooking. And then we'll start making some money. Make money, money, make money. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. 'Cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I really like that we're going to be able to streamline our gathering. It does kind of suck. I did so much math to figure out how much of each of the tiers of resource I was going to need to go gather. And now it doesn't even matter. Now it's just whenever you feel like it, go gather the blue tier. And then, you know, dissolve down whatever you need. And I think that's very good. It's definitely going to get more people engaging with the system. Because I think a pretty big barrier is that annoyance of having to go to different places to get all the different things, even after you've leveled. Especially as you're leveling up, you're refining. It can be a little obnoxious. It's still going to be a little obnoxious to have to refine the lower tiers to make the higher tiers. And I think that's still going to be a barrier for some people. But thankfully, you can make those boxes and you get, 10 or whatever, and it takes 10 minutes. I think if we didn't have the boxes of the low tier, that would definitely turn people off. I would like to maybe see the boxes of the higher tier too. Maybe like a 12 box. Hey, there's our level 15 fur gatherer. So that's it right there. Those 3 are everything you need to be able to gather for furniture. Now we just need to get our woodworking, our forging, our weaving, and our handcrafting up. And get our furniture crafting up. So let's go see what's going on down there in the furniture crafting department. Go see what resources I have available. Get a little something crafted up. A little something.
This is no ordinary product. It is something truly unique. Something that brings dignity.
Let's see. This one, yeah. Nope. This one. Oh, right. We need regular lumber. So we're just screwed until tomorrow. That's right. Let's look at the furniture. So we have 19 quality lumber. What we want to make is something that doesn't require any iron to go with it. So when we're using 3 pieces, we want at least 73 XP. Sometimes you get them where they don't have 73 XP, but here we go. Yeah, quality lumber, wooden lumber stand, a mailbox. Both of these will give 73. So if you look, the wooden tray here, uses 3 lumber, only gives 54 XP. Then you go to make the mailbox, uses 3 lumber, gives you 73 XP. So I don't really know why they do that. But you do have to be careful. Make sure you get the most out of your resources. We're going to go back up here to glass. So we've got 373. Go ahead and make our 8 bottles here. Up to level 7, which means there is now a blue tier. I think it's beds. There's a tier 7 something somewhere that I should be able to make now. I don't actually have the blue resources to make it, I don't think. Maybe I do. Here we go. Nope, don't have the rare lumber. But hey, let's go back to greens. Do we have any greens that I can make? It doesn't seem like it. Oh, there we go. So we need... Okay, so now it's down to 51. So the amount of XP we're gaining is going down. There's one, 3 for 73 with the quality iron. So we're going to go ahead and craft 2 of those. If we're getting 73, I think it's going to mean that we need to make 30. About 30 more items will get us to level 8. And then we'll really be able to start making blue tier. So hopefully we can get up to level 8 in these refinings soon. I'm not really anywhere near. Yeah, we're level 5, almost 6. We're level 5, almost 6. Level 4, almost 5. Level 5, halfway to 6. So we got a long way to go on the refinings, and that's just a question of time. Starting tomorrow, because we'll be able to just get lots and lots of these gray resources. And because we will have a chance. So here's something that's going to be interesting. You are not going to be able to get great successes on these 10s. Right? Only these say great success is possible. Which means that there are likely going to be people out there who are spending lucen on this lower tier stuff. And there are not going to be a ton of people who are making the lower tier stuff because you have to sit here. Yo, what's up, Chris? I'm doing great tonight. Got all my gatherings up to max level. Boom, level 15, level 15, level 15. Like a fucking boss. How are you tonight? Yeah, so that means that there's probably going to be a good market for these lower tier materials if you're willing to, you know, sit around and wait for 6 minutes at a time. Could be some value there. Still not feeling good. This sucks, dude. You been drinking plenty of water? You gotta keep that hydration up if you're sick. Well, I need to get some... bait. You gotta see if there's some different kinds of bait. They have you on antibiotics. Oh, shit. So you're like, for real sick. That sucks. I'm sorry, dude. That's ass. Since when do I have 13 small sacks? What? You've been getting worse for 4 days straight? That's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, okay, so we do have some different kinds of baits. I want to try some of these different baits out. Hey, we got a couple of nature's jade out of that. Nice. Why you making fun of my small sack, Chris? That's mean. It's doing its best to carry as much as it can. Let's read. What do these say? A fresh lugworm that attracts a wide variety of fish but is best for medium fish. It has a strong scent and vigorous movement, widely used by beginners and experienced anglers alike. Shrimp bait, quality bait made from fresh raw shrimp. It tempts fish with its naturally powerful scent and taste, is particularly effective in attracting smaller species. And then fish fillet bait, high quality bait made from fresh fish meat. Its rich flavor and soft texture make it excellent for attracting large fish, increases fishing success. Okay, well, let's try some worm bait. Shark bait, ooh ha ha. Because I think we're in a position now where I can probably try and catch some rarer fish. Kind of learned a little bit more. So maybe I can get some better baits going. Get some better fishes going. I'll be much happier. Get some more XP that way. That anchovy almost got away. I thought this was supposed to attract medium fish. Anchovies are small fish. It's a little guy. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. Get up here, fishy. I will call him Squishy, and he will be my Squishy. First you were like, whoa. Then you were like, whoa. And we were like, whoa. Do you have your exit, buddy? I'm catching tons of greens and stuff with this worm bait. This is great. We're definitely going to have to make sure that we use some higher quality baits. Especially once we, like, get a really good rod. I mean, I have this gold rod, but I imagine there's probably a better rod. Maybe there isn't. It'd be cool if there was a heroic rod. That'd be dope. Would definitely rock a heroic rod. Somebody just appeared. It scared me so much, I almost lost my fish. Look at you and your goofy ass. Just jumped in the water. Darn it. Come here, little fishy. I actually think I need to go ahead and get my duders gathering up some more resources over on Call of Dragons here. Because, you know, can't just play one game at a time. Gotta play 2 games at a time. Whoops. All right, duders. We'll get them resources. I love how, like, every genre of game has basically turned into a resource management game. It literally doesn't matter what you play. You're basically managing resources. It's ridiculous. Oh. I thought this fish might get away, but it's been going back and forth pretty good. Which was nice. Hey, level 10 fishing. I only need 1 more level. Because my fishing gets +4 levels. And I think I need to be level 15 to get the star that I want. Was that right? Does I need the Aurora Starfish? No, I need to be level 16. So I need 2 more levels. That's okay, though. We'll get there. Gotta be able to get my starfish so I can make my foods. Go to Timbuktu and back again. People sure do teleport right down in front of me a lot here. Jackie Ham. What's up, Jackie Ham? You got like a skeleton outfit on. Goofy ass nerd. Ow. Headache. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. I'm never going to be able to get that out of my head when there's more eels. Never going to be able to get that out of my head. Think I'm going to be able to use up these last 18 worm baits in the next 13 minutes. But we gotta go fight this next boss. Man, it's a good thing we've only got 12 minutes until the next boss. I'm starting to get a little drowsy over here. I'm nodding off a little. I am definitely coming to the end of my ability to speak intelligently or entertainingly for any length of time. It's weird because I can feel it after I've been streaming for a while, and especially if somebody gets in the chat and we're talking a lot about something, my brain kind of reaches its limit when it comes to like, thinking and talking and, um, I try not to just say random words. I try to be making a point. And there's just an amount of mental effort that goes into that. And after about 6 or so hours, my brain's just like, hey man, maybe you should stop that. But I think it's something fairly unique about streaming because there's not really breaks. I mean, like I stop to eat halfway through my stream usually. But I suppose it would be possible to go the whole stream without eating. I mean, it'd only be a 7-hour gap. I would not enjoy that, and I would never do that because I like to eat a little bit very often. But with a lot of jobs, I feel like you can just stop and take a little while. The average 9 to 5 worker doesn't work 8 hours a day. They are at work 8 hours a day, but they're productive for maybe half of that time. And so there's not really, especially because I'm not a large streamer and because I'm still trying to grow an audience, if I'm ever doing stuff and not talking and not trying to be productive, it can really hurt the growth of the channel. And so there's not that same, I mean, I sit here for 7 hours every day, and I am going for 7 hours. And I mean, it's just playing a video game and talking, but still, it shocks me how much there is to it and how draining it can be. Eight minutes till the boss. We've got 6 more worms left. Oh, we are going to be able to make it. We're going to get all our worms done. Nice. That little shit got off. What a little shit. I'm gonna get this one. Balen Rossi. I like getting the blue fishies. Makes me happy. Don't mind the green fishies either. All right, last worm. Get on out there, Mr. Worm. Catch me a big old fish. Oh, yeah. All right, what do we got going here? We're about to get to do our Amatoy expedition. And we're about to get to do this other. So let's go in here. Let's get rid of all the fish thingies. You know what I didn't realize? I've got a couple of things that maybe I can sell. Let's go to our auction house here. Let's go to sell. We have a wooden mailbox. Lowest currently available price is 30. We'll take ours down to 29. Post that bad boy up. And then we've got this one. Average price is 40. Lowest currently available is 0 because I don't think there is one. So let's take that bad boy to 40. Try and sell that. And honestly, I'll probably take these down a little bit in the price because it seems like 50 is maybe more than people are willing to pay for those because they're just little knick-knacky things. That's probably reasonable. So I might take those down to 20, 25 as well. All that three cost stuff. I might just go ahead and take down to 20, 25 because I'll take 20 lucent for some green logs all day long. I mean, that's crazy good for me. Then we'll come over here. We'll get some quality iron. Get some quality cloth. And some quality glass. And then we'll go do our Amatoy expedition. Everything's kind of coming up hermit right now. This is great. Give me some salt. Yeah, the whole max 7 salt. As well as, I like that I can get some of these other resources here. Get back out there. Give me some more salt, Amatoys. Salty, yes. Very salty. Battle pass, claim it. Inventory. Open these up. Then we'll go ahead and open these up too. Let's go see.
Want to check out the fresh ingredients that just came in today? Welcome!
We got a lot of stuff for this grilled fish. I feel like maybe I should just go ahead and make them. Since I have it, they're still worth 1,150. No point in not getting, 10,000 XP there. Wow, this one's going to take 43. The last one only took 27. So the amount that these have jumped up is pretty crazy. Do I have anything else that might have some significant XP value here? Doesn't really look like it. Maybe I could make this. It sucks up the salt. I don't want to use up my salt. Not that I need it for what I'm going to be making, because this doesn't require any. I need to get some more lemongrass. Laslin, Stoneguard, Laslin, Telendir. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it matters where. I guess one place I do want to check, though, is... Forest of the Great Tree. Okay, so that's where I was at. It looks like I can get it over in this area, too. I wonder if over by here, if maybe I can find some good veggie gatherables, too. Just anywhere along this road. I didn't really look. Because we need some veggie gatherables. Alright. Let's go kill Pikilo here. Oh, this is the one that's really far away. We gotta get going. I'm late. I'm late. A very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. That person is going over to the bridge and running across. Because they're dum-dum. I'm going to beat them. Because I'm not a dum-dum. Because otter form. Oh, I didn't beat him. We tied. That's actually pretty shocking to me. That's pretty shocking to me. To go through all that extra effort to try and be super fast. Didn't even... Oh, I only made it with 30 seconds to spare, too. Holy shit. That was a close one. Any of these people, that were maybe having trouble getting up that Steam thing aren't going to make it. Feels bad. Bring it on, you punk-ass blacksmith. Time to get your ass beat. The amount of time that we have to wait for these fights to start is stupid. Just drop us in here with the boss. Already going. Oh, I didn't change to my tank set. I'm still on my damage set. Well, let's see. Did I get anything useful at all? I'm gonna go with probably not. Hey, look at that. We didn't get anything again. I'm so happy. Can you guys hear? This is my happy voice. This is how I sound when the game gives me the things that I want. Isn't that exciting? All right. Well, I think that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you all for stopping by, and thank you everybody who jumped in the chat and was helpful or interesting or had a good question or anything like that. And thank you all to the lurkers who just hang out and listen and give me an audience that I can ramble to, because I like to ramble. So thank you for that. But yeah, we're going to be back at the same time tomorrow, which is 3 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be back. We'll get our 3 bosses in. We'll get our 7-hour stream in. We'll do, now that we have the changes that are coming tomorrow to the gathering, crafting, and refining system, we're going to take a look into some of that. Oh yeah, and thank you, Kalon, for running some dungeons with me earlier today. I appreciate that. It's nice to have a healer that I can count on to not suck. But yeah, so we'll be back to take a look at some of those changes to the gathering and crafting system and see if we can't make ourselves a little lucent. Because, you know, lucent makes the world go round. So yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow, and I hope everybody has a great rest of their day.